everyone. Good morning to you, dear participants, in our second day of this workshop. It is my great privilege here to introduce you to our third keynote, actually today's keynote, and it's Professor Lada Čale Feldman. Lada Čale Feldman is full professor and chair of theater studies at the Department for Comparative Literature here at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences in Zagreb. But her research interests are far from being limited only to theater studies. She's definitely a figure, I would say, of scholarly authority in fields such as modern and contemporary Croatian literature, comparative literature generally, psychoanalysis, and what is especially important for us here in this context, feminist criticism. Besides her sixth authored and two co-authored books in Croatian, the last one was Hiniti and Biti, To Pretend or To Be, which was published in 2023. She also co-edited several special issues of journal and numerous collections, among which in English, Fear, Death and Resistance, Croatia between 1991 and 1992. That was published in 1993, and Misperformance Essays in Shifting Perspectives in 2014. One of the Croatian books is actually co-authored with our dear Kapaneu member, Anna Tomljenović, and titled Introduction to Feminist Literary Criticism, so another thing which is especially important for us today here. And Professor Čale Feldman is also a recipient of 3 national and 1 international award. And today she will present us a paper, a keynote paper titled Love versus /and/s, Politics in Krleža's Banquet in Blitva and Virginia Woolf's Between the Acts. I won't bother you any longer. I will give my place to Professor Feldman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, before I start anything, 2 quotes. Literature is no one's private ground. Literature is common ground. It is not cut up into nations. There are no wars there. Let us trespass freely and fearlessly and find our own way up for ourselves. It is thus that literature will survive this war and cross the gulf. If commoners and outsiders like ourselves make that country our own country, if we teach ourselves how to read and to write, how to preserve and how to create. And the second one, to be critical, to fully exercise critique in literary criticism would mean in this domain several things simultaneously. It would mean a dialectical critique that attuned itself to the dialectics in the world and the dialectics in the work, according to the work of art, dialecticity of its own. It would mean addressing the specific techniques of critique proper to and figured in aesthetic presentation, which necessarily operates through an entirely different grammar than critique in Karl Marx's Critique of Political Economy or Spivak's Critique of Postcolonial Reason. The way in which aesthetic mediation necessarily works figuratively, obliquely, syncretically. Literature deserves a dialectical theory of its own dialecticity. Let me start by thanking the organizers of this workshop, and in particular, my dear colleague, Miroslav, for inviting me to give this keynote speech. My honor goes beyond mere formality, because, as you have heard, apart from my interest in feminist criticism, my primary professional field is drama and theater studies. So in a way, I am an interloper in this workshop. However, I will try to redeem myself by combining theory, feminist criticism, and theater studies in my eventual reassessment, as it's stated in the call for this workshop, of 2 important works of fiction that undoubtedly belong to the canon, or should belong to the canon, of the 20th century political novel, Miroslav Krleža's Banquet in Blitva, as the title was translated in English. Unfortunately, in French it was Blitva, and I would prefer Banquet in Lithuania, since the allusion to Lithuania is quite intentional, and Virginia Woolf's Between the Acts.
my aim is to show that the two novels have some striking similarities in terms of interests, motives, and strategies, although they seem to be far removed from each other, as the first is set in an imaginary country in north-central Europe, riven by poverty, crime, ignorance, thefts and killings, if not mass murders, espionage and political opportunism, resembling in many humorous details, I must say, the Kingdom of Yugoslavia of the late 1920s and 1930s, while the second is set in contemporary imperial England in an estate named Points Hall, characterized by wealth, tradition, and aristocratic privilege, and a prototypical seat of patriarchy. The main compositional technique that brings these novels closer together is the use of internal theatre frames and theatrical metaphors to engage in self-reflexivity and explore the ontological, epistemological, and performative limits of novel writing in the context of an impending war. Although both writers are rather pessimistic about the prospect of this catastrophe and the efficacy of their literary visions, both ironically frame the action of their novels as comedy. While Krleža begins his story with the emphatic proclamation Incipit Commedia Blitvanica, Woolf's inserted play, which features Queen Elizabeth among others, but is performed by obscure, ordinary villagers, draws on fragments of Elizabethan and Restoration comedy to reflect the public's stupidity and blindness to the real causes of war. It should also be noted that both novels insert the contemporaneity they deal with into a historical span that begins with primordial mud, a word that is explicitly and repeatedly invoked in between the acts, and a word which Krleža compulsively returns to throughout his entire work as a primary emblem of his home country's slavish backwardness. But even more forcefully in Banquet in Lithuania, since in Croatian, where it sounds blato, it forms an assonantal chain together with Blitva and Blatvia, original names of the two neighboring states in which the action of the novel takes place. And by the way, Blitva is a rather unsavory plant, Swiss chard, I think in English. I must immediately add that the implications of this double reassessment of eventual, which mainly concerns the lens of gender, could affect the interpretative fate of Miroslav Krleža's novel much more than that of Virginia Woolf's Between the Acts, for obvious reasons to do with the lack of gendered readings in Krleža's case, and of course with the incommensurability of the critical response to the two authors. This is to some extent anticipated by these novels themselves through their explicit addressing of the cultural power dynamics, the imbalance between center and periphery, minor and major literatures, or between the genders that determines artistic production and reception. But given the worldwide fame Woolf has achieved over the last 50 years as a feminist icon, as Brenda Silver called her, and the canonization of her posthumously published novel in Gilbert and Guibert's No Man's Land as the rightful culmination of Woolf's work and one of her most poignant anti-war novels, the likelihood of offering a rereading of Krleža's novel from a gender perspective definitely seems much greater. This is also why Virginia Woolf's novel appears here primarily as a comparative, yet to a certain extent also contrasting approach, to questions of national and gender identity and the ways in which the fiction of the former is supported or undermined, as it were, by the flash of the latter, like roles in a performance through the bodies and minds of both brilliant and inept actors, or, as we shall see in Krleža's case, puppets. Like Between the Acts, the three-volume Banquet in Lithuania was written after the experience of the Spanish Civil War, on the eve of Hitler's invasion and the outbreak of the Second World War. Its first two books were published in 1938 and 1939, but the third book, although already partly written at the time, was not published until 1962 and has unfortunately not been translated into English, with the dubious explanation of the translators of the first two books, Edward Dennis Goy and Jasna Levinger Goy, that, I quote, the first two volumes form a unit and can be offered as such. Krleža, however, insisted that, I quote, with the third volume of the novel, the story comes to a conclusion as a compositional whole, in the form of a political and moral catharsis of the main character, who has realized that isolated individual resistance in the fight against injustice and lies ends in romantic ruthlessness, end of quote. Together with the author's five-volume novel Banners, Banquet in Lithuania is regarded by Croatian critics as a mixture of, on the one hand, the originally conceived political pamphlet, as Krleža says, against the actual phenomena of political, moral, and aesthetic tyranny that plagued both Eastern and Western Europe of his time, and on the other hand, as a psychological novel that traces the intimate dilemmas of the protagonist, and thus, at least in Zdravko Malić's opinion, one of our critics, partially exceeds the qualification of the political novel. It is also one of Krleža's most experimental works. Although critics more or less agreed on its genre affiliation, they differed in their attempts to determine the modernity of its style and structure, most of them recognizing its supposed programmatic objectivism, or even mimetic realistic poetics, characterized of all Krleža's writings in the 1930s, if not, in Vladimir Biti's words, a strong hand of a preachy narrator, typical for what this critic calls cautionary literature. Although the novel is populated by a multitude of characters, state officials, police agents, spies and informants, priests and cardinals, peasants, poets, painters, sculptors, doctors, professors, historiographers, and political rebels and assassins, a good number of whom get the chance to elaborately present their opposing views on the Lithuanian world, critics agree that, on the whole, one can grasp its unified image, even if it is the image of a madhouse, a word shared by most of the novel speakers as a description of Lithuania. For, critics agree, the narrator's demiurgic position remains unchallenged. He appears as the director of a performance, which he seems to view from a distance, both geographically, since he is located somewhere in a distant, misty foreign country, and chronologically, as in the third book, he seems to report on this performance 2 or 3 decades after its, as the narrator formulates, amateurish and naive course. Now, this assumption regarding the narrator's authority hardly corresponds, in my view, to the polyphonic intricacies of the novel, which, although largely written in free, indirect speech, abounds in theatrical analogies that destabilize any recognizable narrative stronghold and prevent us from clearly deciding which perspective to adopt. After all, performances are never fully controlled by their directors. As Between the Acts also attests, the actors improvise. Reality intervenes in unpredictable ways, and the audience ascribes a whole series of its own associations to what it experiences. It becomes hard to tell who speaks, for both novels create what Christine Frula, speaking about Woolf's novel, describes as, I quote, a virtuoso interplay of utterance, conversation, silent reflection and communication, reported speech, quotation, the written word in newspapers, letters and diaries in Krleža's case, script and performance, end of quote, whereby, quote, the voice of an omniscient, moralizing narrator is exchanged for a kind of meta-voice that belongs to no one, end of quote. Interestingly, it is precisely such a meta-voice that is literally referred to at one point as the unknown someone in the Banquet in Lithuania. This, in turn, makes the politics of both novels a somewhat shaky terrain. In case of the Banquet, there is no doubt that the ultimate resolution of what is said to be the Lithuanian question down the centuries is the main theme and political stake around which the novel organizes its narrative material, juxtaposing in this context its 2 main antagonists, the murderous usurper and tyrant, Lord Protector of Lithuania, Colonel Christian Barutansky, and on the other side, his former school friend, the humanist, lawyer, and publicist Niels Nielsen, who resigns his commission in Barutansky's elite military squad, returns all his medals, and becomes a dissident challenging the dictatorship. However, the novel is not a sermon on the truthfulness, dangers, and pitfalls of their respective political visions of Lithuania's history and reality, but a dramatized clash of their, and not only their, competing political discourses. In his dramatistic analysis of language as symbolic action, Kenneth Burke considers such explanatory discourses as casuistries and analyzes their different ways of ascribing motives to human action. His grammar of motives begins with the motto ad bellum purificandum, to purify the war. For in the late 1930s, this theorist became interested in the possibility of bridging conflicting ideologies and formulating their dialectical common ground, the logical substance that is their causal ancestor, which he found in the ever-changing interplay of his 5 key dramatistic concepts of act, scene, agent, agency, and purpose, to which I will return in a moment. For Woolf, as for Krleža, this common ground, as we could have gathered from the quote at the beginning of this lecture, is definitely to be found in literature, the kind of literature that Burke also favored, a literature that would counter the false cooperation brought about by war and the monological unity of modern dictatorship with a diversity of voices and a dialectical unity of true cooperation. That is why he conceived his own work as a rhetorical aesthetic project that would, I quote from Elizabeth Weiser, transcend physical war with verbal combat and pacification, turning its tragic absolute into the comic potentiality of alternate perspectives. So emphasize this comic dimension. I refer, however, since Burke started his work as a theory of comedy and ended up with grammar of motives. But I refer to Burke's grammar of motives for even more precise reasons, because the question of motive, both in its psychosocial and literary theoretical sense, emerges in a curious protest against any simple political reading of his novel that Krleža himself expressed when he was asked by a respected critic and intellectual, Predrag Mickiewicz, to share his views on a possible dramatization, i.e. adaptation of Banquet in Lithuania for the stage. I quote from Krleža. The Nilsen-Barotansky relationship is not as important as the relationship between Nilsen and Karina. Nilsen's love for Karina is one of the main motives in the Banquet. A man who fights for some basic principles, let us call them humanistic or democratic in the broader sense of the word, actually becomes the murderer of his own love. Nilsen kills Karina, and not just Karina, he actually kills a whole series of people, not just Barotansky or Rajewski or Larsen, and I do not know who else. It's 5 or 6. It's Georgis and Karinis and company. They will all go down in history, if you like, as victims of Nilsen himself. So I would start with the Karina Nilsen love motive, with her diary. It's a story of their mutual affection. She does not dare to confess and admit that she was or is in Barotansky's service, in whose entourage there is not a single officer who has not slept with her. My God, her husband was killed. She is a young woman left alone. They have taken this young woman as a kind of flesh. They have used her as young flesh. The crisis of her love that finds constant expression in her diary is thus the main motive of the novel. Nilsen falls victim to intrigue when he is shown a document she gave them to read, the concept of his speech before it was published. It's the open letter to the authorities, implying that she was in their service, which need not be the truth. And then their final conflict in the novel erupts when Nilsen no longer wants to speak to Karina. They break up and Karina commits suicide to prove to him that she is innocent, and he becomes the murderer. And everything else, officers, revolt, army, the so-called state parades, Rajewski and the academy and the triumph of Barotansky, everything else are decorative motives that can speak and mean like on TV. The Banquet is in fact a psychological drama. Nilsen is guilty of Georgis, whom he kills himself, but he is also guilty of the murder of Karina, whom he kills by proxy, and then of Barotansky and the other young officer whose name I cannot remember. There are about 10 or 15 dead bodies over whose corpses he walks in a Shakespearean fashion at the end. He is a murderer like Richard III and holds up a banner of his higher convictions. There is another character in this novel who is no less important, Blitauer, Jew. He is there as a kind of counterpoint, a kind of socialist counterpoint. He proves to Nielsen that he has no idea of the milieu in which he moves and that, after all, he has not strayed very far from Barutansky. End of quote. Lest anyone think that I'm relying too much on the intentional fallacy here, I would like to temper Krleža's insistence on love as the main motive of the novel and its protagonist with two remarks. The first concerns the writer's sly avoidance of the obvious, namely that of all Shakespearean figures with whom one might associate Nielsen, it is not Richard III who fits Nielsen's profile, but rather Hamlet. If one takes the constellation Krleža draws here seriously, with Carina as the undeservedly accused modern Ophelia, who is also a suicide, and a host of other corpses Hamlet produces during the course of Shakespeare's play, first Polonius, then Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, then Laertes, Gertrude, and finally Claudius. The fact that the backbone of a possible dramatization of the novel is a pre-existing play, containing itself a play within the play, cannot surprise us, since in the entire novel such analogies appear at almost every narrative corner, not only through numerous references to the plays of Shakespeare, Racine, Molière, and Ibsen, but also to novels containing theatrical frames such as Don Quixote, and to other less specified theatrical terms such as comedy, stage, producer, masks, Italian opera, actors, puppet, and the like. All these allusions foreshadow and follow the central event of the novel, which takes place after Nielsen has fled from his would-be murderers in Lithuania to his country's main adversary, Latvia, namely his participation in the opening night of the Blatwan National Theatre, where he attends a puppet performance, indeed a puppet play within the play, with a protagonist who is in many ways Nielsen's double and is appropriately named Fortunato Yorick. What I want to emphasize here is the compatibility of these obsessive associations with drama and theatre, which place all the characters' actions on a questionable ontological footing and deprive their discursive versions of Lithuania's political moment of any kind of firm perspectival hold, with Kenneth Burke's dramatistic model, with which this rhetorician analyzes the semantics and grammar of all motivational discourse. Both Krleža's and Woolf's novels could be described as dramatistic in the Burkean sense, for both use the theatrical frame to pinpoint and engage the fundamental tensions and ambiguities within the Burkean pentad, act, scene, agent, agency, and purpose, whose different ratios, different combinations, different relationships determine the rhetoric, attitude, and commitment of their characters toward the unfolding of history, materialistic, idealistic, pragmatic, realistic, or mystical, depending on which concept they believe dominates the dialectic between the above-mentioned elements of human drama. Thus, Krleža's title itself seems to emphasize the dominance of the scene in various ratios that will come to light in the contrasting casuistries of the novel's various characters. On the other hand, the title of Woolf's novel, Between the Acts, seemed to emphasize Burke's central concept of the act most clearly in its constitutional capacity and polysemic scope, and thus also alludes to Hamlet's dilemma, which, as we have already seen, underlies Nielsen's ethical and political situation. By using drama as their primary analogy, these novels draw our attention to both the historical accretion and the contingency of inherited patterns of behavior, including gendered ones, and to the fact that the cultural scripts which people follow, sometimes as self-assured actors, sometimes as non-thinking puppets, derive from particular ideological stakes and interests. While deeply rooted in the human mind and behavior, these blueprints can nevertheless be revised and changed, if only, Kenneth Burke at least thought, through words as symbolic action. Consider the parallels in the following passages, in which the two novels seem to attribute the same maleficence and also the same constitutional power to the words. Krleža first. Man finds comfort in words, and beware, words, some nonsensical words, are made like vampires into metaphysical concepts, into independent, egoistic beings, so to speak. These stupid human words are made into something sacred, into gods, into political and popular shrines, into banners, into slogans. And beware, these stupid words will one day take us to hell, because words without any meaning are nothing but hallucinatory chatter in a hallucinatory dream. Now, Woolf. Words this afternoon ceased to lie flat in the sentence. They rose, became menacing, and shook their fists at you. Words raised themselves and became symbolical. Her words peppered the audience as with a shower of hard little stones. Words of one syllable sank down into the mud. She drowsed, she nodded. The mud became fertile. Words rose above the intolerably laden dumb oxen plodding through the mud. Words without meaning, wonderful words. End of quote. One could argue that Krleža's protagonist turns out to be a somewhat resigned writer who eventually consoles himself with a box of lead letters as his only worthy weapon, as Nielsen explicitly states in the very last, and at least in Croatia very famous, sentence of the novel. But it is highly significant that his metafictional counterpart in the inserted performance, Fortunato Joric, asks the puppet around him to rebel against the imperative of the thread that moves them, as if pointing to the actual power of words in a performative context to evoke action. It is also no coincidence that Woolf's last artistic figure, Miss Latrobe, is a playwright and director, someone who makes words turn into physical gestures and thus seriously intends to intersect the symbolic with the history itself. In this respect, her ultimate confidence that there is always a new play waiting behind the one she has just staged, among other associations, betrays the hope that civilization might change its violent course for the better, under the beneficent pressure of an artistic intervention that deploys actual bodies and summons an actual audience. The fact that both Krleža's and Woolf's plays within a novel, and even Mousetrap-like plays within a play within a novel, are threatened by a sudden intrusion of the real, in the first case by the assassination of the Latvian Prime Minister, in the second case by the flight of 12 aeroplanes, in addition to denouncing the overwhelming presence of violence, only confirms the value that both authors derive precisely from the precarious nature of theatrical staging, from its embeddedness in the contingencies of historical reality. My second remark, however, apropos Krleža's commentary on the primacy of the love theme, concerns his blatant neglect in this passage of the fact that around 80% of his novel is still devoted to the dismissed decorative motives. It is therefore extremely difficult not to acknowledge the dominance of the masculine element in the novel, so much so that there are entire studies devoted to the Banquet in Lithuania which completely disregard any mention of the motive of love and any mention of female characters. However, there are still a good deal of them. Not only models of allegorical emblems of Lithuanian national glory, molded into sculptures, I quote, bronze Lithuanians kneeling like oriental slave girls, end of quote, appearing on stamps, coins, medals, and flags, or singers and actresses who sometimes also act as police informers and are therefore denounced by their admirers as whores who deserve to be killed, or anonymous wives of Barutanski's dignitaries who are regularly described as petty bourgeois parasites who benefit from all the privileges of their husband's criminal business, but also some significant others of the two antagonists, their two wives, Barutanski's Ingrid, a blue stocking and a poetess, and Nielsen's Agnes, who he strikingly recalls was once dressed as a Carmelite nun during a carnival. Then Nielsen's mother, whose bed Barutanski once also shared when she hid him after his assassination of the old regime's prime minister, Muzhikovsky, and the two lovers, Barutanski's little Solveig, a distant echo of the safe haven of Ibsen's Peer Gynt, and finally Karin Mikkelsen, Nielsen's fatal victim, as we have already heard, who dies by suicide very soon, near the end of the second book, but then reappears in the third volume, not only through inserted passages of her diary and her posthumous letters to Nielsen, but also through her constant presence in Nilsen's dreams of guilt. It is precisely through the introduction of this characteristically surrealist framework that the aforementioned ontological dubiousness of the novel's fragments is given an additional layer of theatricality, referring, however, to what Freud named the other stage, the unconscious, whose actions appear to Nilsen as being controlled by the same unknown someone that had already signaled its presence at the end of the novel's second book in the form of the acousmatic voice that announces and dominates the Blatvian opening performance to the point of representing its absent cause, its enigmatic origin, the already mentioned unidentified thread making puppets move. I insist on this connection which unites the embedded play, dreams, and dealings in the novel's external framework because it structurally reflects Burke's insistence on the paradox of the substance of human motivation, its dependence on both the extrinsic social material context of one's action and on the intrinsic factor, the pull of the psyche, which can, of course, dialectically somehow, exchange their place. It is therefore necessary to deal with the ambiguities that arise from the clash of these different frames and levels in the novel. A Freudian reading here does not preclude reference to Burke's concepts, for Burke was a great admirer of Freud and, like Lacan, treated Freud's dream chirps and symptom formations as subsets of language as a whole, a kind of Freudian grammar of motives, a way of interpreting all kinds of human symbolic action, which Burke considered to be in parallel with his own project. So let's ask ourselves how come that Karin Mikkelsen, who was practically non-existent in the first two volumes, suddenly becomes the driving force in the last book of the Banquet, the main character haunting the protagonist's unconscious. She appears on the other stage in her various guises, not only in her former capacity as an unrealized pianist, an enigmatic and talented Chopin fanatic, always shrouded in real and unreal mysterious veils, or a melancholic obsessive visitor to churches for apparently cultural historical reasons, always prone to mysticism, tears, and sudden changes of mood, as well as to conversations about the so-called ultimate questions, and a weak soul romantically enraptured by the prospect of a long couple she might form with Nilsen, a woman, as Nilsen complains, incapable of any logic, of following any logic, incapable of understanding his crucial, indeed messianic, role in Lithuanian history, but also as a spectre denouncing her undeserved victimhood, a bleeding cat which in his dreams Nilsen carries in his suitcase, a porcelain doll now hanging from a rope, now blasted by Barutanski's explosions, a figure seducing Nilsen in the theatre box by her borrowed appearance from other women he encountered, above all Giselle, Blitauer's wife, a loyal companion willing to follow Nilsen on his oniric suicidal falls from rooftops and towers, and finally as a bitter commentator on this man's entire civilizing project, which to her is nothing other than a vacuous, shameful, and infantile endeavor to live out his most basic instincts at the expense of millions upon millions of innocent others. Karina Mikkelsen speaking. Women who, of course, have no idea about anything, I beg your pardon, are nevertheless not created as blind and deaf creatures. And yes, I'm sorry to have to say it. It is true, women are not gifted, because it is strange that not a single one has yet been born who could define what the whole appeal of all that is considered masculine actually lies in. The man's mind, the man's character, the man's criteria, and in general, all the masculine things you profess, as if you were always speaking from above, from a pedestal, as if all these masculine things could not be reduced to the little idiot from Brussels, who, however much he is taken in by the importance of his water system, thinks he is particularly wise when he produces rain. I'm certainly just a stupid woman. I rant and have no idea about anything, and I certainly cannot be a philosopher in bed when you all always seem so immeasurably more intelligent than us. Yes, that's what you all are, liquidators of all that is humanly weak, and you are so numerous that one can not even count how many of your kind there are. You are all out to repair heaven and earth, you great masters of the world, without even a trace of heart in you. Man is just another guinea pig to you, but the human heart is not an anatomical apparatus. You forget that, gentlemen. End of quote. So what does it mean to see in Nielsen's love for such a woman, alluding here to what Freud considered to be one of man's greatest early achievements that led to the emergence of civilization? Not only the dramaturgical core of this dramatistic novel, but also the basis for a possible interpretation of its gender politics. Her embittered thoughts can easily be inserted into the syntagmatic series of opposing materialistic, idealistic, pragmatic, or mystical casuistries of the novel, with Karin Mikkelsen appearing not only as a representative of the last option, but above all as the only character who explicitly denounces Nielsen's deep-seated anti-spiritual convictions as yet another casuistry and rhetoric. She thus embodies the position of the woman as an outsider to civilization, someone who, according to Freud, is simply forced to adopt a hostile attitude towards it. Her main dramaturgical function as an object of desire, who unites the majority of other male characters in the novel in a mimetic chain of mutual rivalry and imitation, therefore rather puts her character into the paradigmatic series of mutual substitution, in which Karin is linked to and replaceable by other female characters, not only Nielsen's mother, Solveig, and the two estranged wives of the two former school friends, but also by allegorical emblems of Lithuania itself. This paradigmatic vicarious logic of the novel, which largely functions beneath or beyond the represented crude realpolitik of the country, simultaneously provides the most prominent and yet largely unconscious motivation for the concrete actions of the novel's male characters. But it reveals itself only in the oniric images that haunt both Barutansky and Nielsen in the third book, as a reminder that the two men are doubles of each other, as they are participants and mutual mediators in what René Girard in his Mensonge romantique et vérité romanesque, that is, desire, deceit, in the novel, calls the triangular desire. Being an unconscious mechanism of identification and rivalry, it is here transposed to the overt ground of state politics and the ever-intensifying cycle of violence that mimetic desire generates. What both Barutansky and Nielsen crave, then, is what they both simultaneously destroy, the human substance of Lithuania, the declared but in fact annihilated purpose, in whose name they presumably fight their political battles. That this human substance, this fundamental value, is gendered feminine is no great surprise. Krleža's entire dramatic oeuvre also, as Javad Karhassan has pointed out, using the example of the Glenby trilogy, is permeated by precisely such a triangular logic in which women generally function as victimized and mystified objects of an exchange from man to man, or to quote Krleža again, as a kind of flesh, used young flesh. Karin Mikkelsen's fate is just one of the variants of such a mode of operation, which makes it clear that in Banquet in Lithuania, the personal and the political realms are coextensive and congruent. But the author ostentatiously kills her off quickly and has her transformed into the haunting oniric image that is retroactively enriched in Nielsen's remorseful conscience by the fetishistic embellishments of a mysterious femme fatale, a figure doomed to die in a political film noir, or rather roman noir. Given this bend in perspective, which makes femme fatale the figment of Nielsen's imagination, it would be somewhat unfair to criticize Krleža for his use of this problematic figure, which has fared quite ambivalently in feminist discussions, ranging from the champion of female agency who defies the strictures of female conduct to a marketed female ideal, whose proposed transgression leads back to conventionality. According to feminist critics like Julie Grossman, for instance, the very employment of the femme fatale figure is a way of thinking about female agency that fills a social psychological need to contain female energies and sustain the status quo with regard to gender roles. In this perspective, femme fatale's dependence on oppression means that she never meaningfully inserts herself in society, lurking instead outside or beneath society as much needed negative force and detractor. To be true, Karina does not entirely fit this description. Formerly promiscuous and sullied by reputation, like Alicia from Alfred Hitchcock's Notorious, like her inhabiting an impossible position, being the locus of the crisscrossing of various desires and duties that seem to conspire to her downfall, and ending as a suicide, she is rather trapped into performing the role of femme fatale, which deprives her of the complexity of her personal history. misread by Nielsen not only as a traitor and a whore, but also as such a mystified aesthetic construct. She thus expresses women's experience of the contradiction in patriarchy. In a way, Nielsen is willing to share her masochism, since he becomes a passive spectator of his own obsessive oniric staging of her suffering. Yet for all his intertextually overloaded and multi-layered criticism of the sacrificial role that women inevitably play in political transactions and sexual rivalries between men, Krleža seems here to endorse the viewpoint on the fateful origins of civilization in the expulsion of women and repudiation of femininity that was propounded by psychoanalysis and anthropology in the mid-20th century. The same radical insight into the scapegoat psychology of the gender system, war and fascism, is at the basis of Virginia Woolf's 3 Guineas, her most controversial feminist essay, written shortly before the novel Between the Acts. In the novel, as the already quoted Christine Frula suggests, the origins of this psychology in the master plot of civilization, as outlined by Freud's psychoanalytic and Girard's anthropological writings, are further explored, but with a view to possible revision. Refusing the identification of woman with the nature that civilization necessarily opposes, the novel, according to Frula, presents the latter as unnaturally masculine, framing instead, I quote, woman as civilization's natural inheritor, an insider surprised to find herself forced outside, who looks beyond brute force to the reason and speech that distinguish the human species and lays claim to civilization. Shocked by the news reporting on a gang rape and impatient with the obscurity of female authorship, symbolized by the female director, Miss Latrobe, hiding herself from the audience, the protagonist of the novel, Isa, who is not only a wife and a mother, but also a secret poet of sorts, feels that, I quote, it is time someone invented a new plot, or that the author came out from the bushes, end of quote. Unlike Krleža, who sets his premiere of the ambitious male-written avant-garde play entitled Puppets in a provincial Latvian Burgtheater, and has it act as a trigger for Niels Nielsen's solipsistic, guilt-ridden daydreams, Woolf does something that is both parallel and methodologically opposite. She imagines a ridiculous open-air historical pageant in the countryside, written and directed by a woman of uncertain national origin and sexual preference, and offered to a whole series of spectators who struggle to form an intermittent we from disparate eyes, divided as they are along gender lines into unifiers and separatists. If Krleža alludes to his own avant-garde phase in the above-mentioned performance, it is because he is concerned with the uses and abuses of art in unbearable political circumstances, with senseless regional rivalries and with the political puppetry of the small nation dancing to the tune of the grand plan of international, economic, and colonial interests. But his main concern remain the pitfalls of individual male conscience and of individual political resistance. Having gone through his trials and tribulations, or as Krleža puts it, his moral and political catharsis, Nielsen seems to follow Fortunato Joric's exhortations at the end of the novel by finally joining the revolutionaries who have executed the earlier clique, despite Karina's corpse weighing on his conscience and despite her warnings that love for her is the ultimate loyalty, that it means sharing the moment of the other's death without hesitation. I say seems because the novel draws to a close with Nielsen acting as if, I quote, under anesthetic, and with his disquieting suspicion that his return to Lithuania is again a puppet-like response to a futile call of his tormented conscience, since, I quote, this kind of silly saber rattling on the political stage serves no sensible purpose, end of quote. However, with her scattered and failed pageant, which depicts selected episodes from British history in a style that imitates or alludes to well-known writers from Chaucer via Shakespeare to Congreve, and presents scenes that mostly revolve around typical romantic plots, Woolf aims for a more politically durable common ground, the one that would account for the feelings and thoughts of the community that the play addresses and reassembles, rather than the individual consciousness and its choices, whether artistic or mundane. While she is primarily poking fun at the English imperial legacy, rooted in male cultural self-assurance and epitomized in the character of Giles, the heir to the Poins Hall estate where the pageant is set, she also pokes fun at her own doppelgangers in the novel, Lucy Swithin and her mystical longing to go back to prehistory to enjoy her moments of being in quiet depths of her mind and imagine an alternative to the corrupting course of civilization, as well as Miss La Trobe and her experimental aspirations as a playwright and director, which are likened to artistic dictatorship. The fact that the performance is exposed to the outside world so that at times it collapses under the pressure of natural elements such as wind, rain, and the mooing of cows is a sarcastic Woolfian allusion both to Miss La Trobe's and her own literary dissatisfactions, and to the negotiations between nature and patriarchal culture, which can only re-establish its supremacy through weapons, the 12 airplanes that herald war. But the most significant aspect of the novel's highly deliberate gender politics lies in its multifaceted and complex, conflicted treatment of what Woolf, in her novel Jacob's Room, while referring to the ultimate unknowability of the other, calls the conditions of our love. Be it the love between the dour Bert of the Indian civil service and the ever-curious spiritual Lucy, an older brother-sister pair, the love between the melancholy, even suicidal Isa and the action-driven, frustrated stockbroker Giles, a married couple, the love between Isa, the tender mother, and her lively young son George, the love between friends, the wild child, Mrs. Manresa, and the homosexual William Dodge, or the love between illicit lovers who either exchange fleeting flirtations like Isa and William Dodge, and Isa and her neighbor, the farmer Mr. Haynes, or have actual clandestine sexual encounters like Giles and the socially and sexually overbearing Mrs. Manresa. All these orthodox and unorthodox couples, regardless of the diversity of their age and sexual identifications, are, as Isa says, torn asunder by love and hate, since they all seem to be affected by the constraints of patriarchy and therefore forced to play predetermined heteronormative gender roles, prefigured by the two historical portraits hanging in Poins Hall of a distinguished male ancestor and a mysterious lady whose history remains unrecorded, as well as by the insistent popular rhyme, the king is in his counting house, counting out his money, the queen is in her parlor, eating bread and honey. All characters therefore lie and cheat in various ways, suppressing, like I said, their innermost aspirations and feelings of loneliness, while lethargically going through the motions in a futile search for communication and intimacy. Even when confronted with Miss La Trobe's satire on Elizabethan national symbols, on the later cult of reason, on the self-righteousness of colonial superiority, on idealized Victorian constructions of home and marital bliss, and not least on their own petty appetites for lust, money, and power, they remain the same incoherent orts, scraps, and fragments embodied and reflected by the fragments of broken mirrors held by the amateur actors in the final scene of the pageant. For all the freedom they are given during and between the acts of the performance to co-create, to talk, judge, and socialize, they seem unable to grasp the meaning of the play and to recognize their own contribution to the logic of patriarchal civilization, which favors their competitive and violent instincts and thus inevitably leads to war. The same kind of stubborn refusal to see plagues Nielsen's tortured mind when he bemoans, I quote, the Blitwinian lack of understanding for even the most insignificant order and patterns of phenomena. But he is quick to attribute this to the scene he is, like Hamlet, born to set right. I quote, the wretched circumstances in that wretched country of winds, rain, and bedbugs. I'll finish soon. Although the spectators of Miss La Trobe's pageant remain distracted and seem to have little chance of evolving, let alone of reshaping the plot, the novel itself creates a common ground for a communal polyvocality, for difference and disagreement as seeds of an eventual transformation of all theatre-goers into true members of the public realm. It is difficult to derive a definitive understanding of Miss La Trobe's experimental endeavors from their scattered comments, especially as Woolf is keen to point out their different gender identities and class and educational backgrounds. But it is through the juxtaposition of their contradictory statements about Miss La Trobe's intentions, the boundaries of fiction and reality, and the role of the audience in the completion of the artwork, that the novel achieves its own narrative, or should I say dramatistic, experiment in staging the risks and rewards of political dissensus, to use Jacques Rancière's concept. Woolf's ending could thus be interpreted as at least hinting at the possibility of a new plot, provided that the woman and the man, Isa and Giles, after their inevitable fights, engage in what Kenneth Burke would call true collaboration, an equal and truly loving dialogue, the kind of dialogue perhaps suggested by Lucie Rigaret in her La Voix de l'amour, The Way of Love, since in this essay she also imagines a couple in love sharing a new, non-appropriative language, a language attuned to the irreducibility of the other and letting the other be silent before responding. A utopian, I quote, language of exchange between cultures, traditions, genders, and generations. To conclude, the final scene of Between the Acts, which takes place between Isa and Giles, is announced with words that are just as theatrical as the words with which Krleža began. The curtain rose. They spoke. The imaginary prospect of Krleža's Commedia Blitvanica is that it continues in the same old Košmaresque manner, with Nilsson as the persistent journalistic or literary chronicler of its naive and amateurish course. Given the melancholic tone and the gaps and silences that pervade Between the Acts, its jarring rhythm, if not its verbal dance on the verge of the collapse of the entire symbolic order, the fact that Woolf's narrator does not resort to the most notorious of Shakespearean allusions at the end and does not proclaim that the rest is silence, is perhaps the best comfort the reader can take from Woolf's equally daunting, ambiguous final intimation of an unknown and uncertain future awaiting humanity. Thank you very much. Sorry for overstepping the time.
Many thanks to Professor Čale Feldman for this wonderful opening lecture. I will just calm down this pen a bit for the sake of better communication, and then I'm opening the floor for your questions. So any questions, please? You're shy in the morning a bit? Okay. While you're thinking of some question, I will step in with one. It's been some time since I read Banquet in Lithuania, but yeah,
quite difficult to keep in.
Yeah, but I remembered now, and it actually seemed to me that it fits some of the points you made. That what was interesting for me when I was reading and analyzing it with my students is that, as you mentioned, the Banquet is filled with great example of various forms of utterances, of narrative techniques, and so on and so on. And it has very interesting focalization system. But what's interesting in terms of it, it's that it's mostly mirrored between two main protagonists, antagonists, whatever we would call them, as main focal points. But if I remember correctly, the widow of Mikkelsen, the Karina, is never a focalizer, or almost never.
She is. Diaries.
In her diaries, yeah, but the diaries are second-hand sources, inserted as. So basically, and it always reminded me when I was dealing with my students with Jeanette's text on focalization. He mentions when he analyzes Proust, he mentions the Proust's creatures in flight or elusive creatures. They're always women figures that are somehow untransparent, that we cannot grasp because of the focalization system. And in Banquet of Lithuania, we have what I have seen as very interesting parallel of that inserted in this political dramatics of this situation.
And you shouldn't disregard her participation in dialogue with Nilsson.
Nilsson,
which is also some kind of her perspective on things. Yeah. That's why I quoted this passage, which is particularly, ideologically overloaded, let's say.
Of course.
Yes.
And it also can be connected with the motive of femme fatale that you mentioned, also this elusive creature. So, okay. Anybody wants to join the floor with discussion? Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have to say first, I haven't read the novel you were talking about, so apologies if I get anything wrong. Yeah.
People who know all this by heart.
Okay,
I
perfect.
Mind the international.
Okay, so I feel confident that I understand the book now after your lecture. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the fact that one of the books is obviously depicting a real place and the other one is depicting an imaginary place.
No,
right?
Both
No?
are depicting imaginary place.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
Blitva
But
and then Blitva,
Mhm.
the concurrent state.
oh, right. But in the Woolf's narrative, the similarities between real places are much more apparent. Is that what you were saying?
In Woolf's novel, I think.
Yeah.
No,
No?
not necessarily. No.
Oh, okay.
It's equally, recognizable as a possible
Right. Okay.
world. Let's say.
Okay.
It's equally contextualized,
Right.
recognizable national
Mm.
setting. But yes, it's true that one could say that Krleža's imagination and the names he uses, they're in fact, as Zdravko Malić wrote about it, they are in fact the main motor of our sense that it is a phantasmagoria, that the whole novel is a phantasmagoria.
Yeah.
All these names are transformations of certain characteristic, let's say, social models in Croatia and Yugoslavia, for instance. Prime Minister Mušikovski alludes to the fact that it is a peasant country because Mušik is the name for peasant. Kmetinis, it's constant allusions on the social fabric of the real country, let's say. But through these deformations, he creates a kind of fantasy, let's say, fantasy world, in a way, fantasy world.
Yeah. So exactly.
Yeah.
So I was wondering how, if that technique opens up the possibilities of political fiction even more, and how the fact that obviously these narratives are, as you were saying, satires as well. How does that come into play as well, and what perhaps do these narratives have to tell us about not just the possibilities and limitations of political fiction, but also the idea of representing national narratives or constructing national narratives in these books.
Thank you very much for this question, because it was precisely my point by quoting Anna Kornbluch that the signal that this novel is a separate ontological world, just through allusion referring to an actual state, is quite important, like all these references, intertextual references. Because, and I'm speaking also from the position of someone who was revolted often by reading interpretations that take, all these things quite literally. As a political novel about Yugoslavia, Aragon is Habsburg Empire, Austro-Hungarian Empire, this is this, Coromandia is it Italy, etc., etc. But then what about Ibsen? What is Ibsen doing here? What is Molière doing here? So as you said, I think that's on one hand, the political topic is obvious, so it's undoubtedly a political novel. On the other hand, it has a different kind of politics, let's say, through insisting on its autonomy, on its world as being an artifact world, let's say. So that's, I hope it answers your question. Yeah. So because satire is not necessarily something that directly addresses the recognizable people. For instance, there is, it's fascinating, the interpretation I read by Filip Kovačević is I don't know whether you know that interpretation. It's a political science. It's a Lacanian reading, but it literally ends his reading by saying, I think I can define Nilsson's future much more precise than Krleža. Nilsson will take it's okay as the Lacanian analysis of a search of a dissident for an ego ideal, blah, blah, blah. But then at the end, he recognizes in Nilsson either Tito or Krleža himself, and that's it. So what do we have with this kind of reading? That's what I
think is important to notice. That's a kind of very cheap satire, let's say, very cheap drawing of parallels.
Next questions, please. Feel startled with the lecture, so giving me chance to ask something again, apparently.
You know the
Yeah, it's my lucky day today. I get the private conversation with Professor Čale Feldman. I wanted to perhaps maybe the question is maybe banal, but to ask you if it would be interesting to draw parallels of this rather late Krleža's novel with one rather earlier, actually the first one, in context of this interesting point that actually I didn't know before, that the Krleža commented on in this conversation with Mickiewicz, that love plot is actually the most important here, and psychological things around the love plot behind of what everybody read as a political novel. And his first novel, The Three Cavaliers, Fraile Melania, there we have a sort of...
Which novel you...
Yeah, we have a sort of mirrored situation in which it's overtly a love plot, but it's obvious that basically we have a political novel behind the
political novel and even cultural political novel discussing.
And again, female figure in both novels is
pivotal. It's pivotal, but it's obvious. It's already in the title, which I think what is here, and perhaps it's misrepresenting the novel. You said that now you have the grasp of the novel. No, this is really an episodic. In fact, quantitatively, it's an episodic character, but structurally, I think the bone of the whole thing. So the novel is infinitely more rich than I could have touched upon here. It's the exuberance of the discourse is such that it cannot really be adequately represented, if not only by quoting, and in detail analyzing passages. So I don't want you to have this idea. You should definitely read the novel, at least these two books that are translated in English. So that is the difference. That is the crucial difference. But as you said, it's like a mirror version, like a mirror version. Thank you very much for this comment.
Thanks.
Yes, Mina.
Yes, of course.
This is an incredibly complex interpretation, and there are lots of things there. But one particular point that you have put on the board drew my attention, and I would like you to maybe elaborate a bit more on that in the context of everything you said. You gave that quotes on language. It ended up with the state, with Virginia's Woolf. Words with no meaning. Beautiful. Wonderful. Yes. So how that then, opens up. But could you more elaborate?
No, thank you very much.
Such an important statement.
Yes.
And then I think it deserves more in the context of the whole.
Thank you very much, because as you could have gathered, I didn't stop at the comparison, because I, aware of what you said yesterday, of the frames we have, male author, female author, but it is so striking. Krleža is ranting against the meaninglessness of words, while of course secretly very much having a lot of confidence in words. But in the novel itself, this character is, and it's I think Blitva, where he is ranting against the senselessness of the whole setting, and of words contributing to the senselessness of the whole setting. And he uses the same syntax, meaningless words. Whereas Woolf says meaningless words, wonderful words. So the elaboration could go along these parallels between a rather pessimistic, let's say, a very, very resentful atmosphere that Krleža builds in the novel, whereas Woolf, who is ambivalent but has this utopian aura that springs from the power of words, meaningless in the sense not easily pinpointed, not easily used. That's what I could add to what I already said. On the other hand, it has a lot to do with what Kenneth Burke's whole project was about. What is the connection between language and action? How language is itself action? And I think Kenneth Burke is rather, correct me if I'm wrong, but rather neglected, rather marginalized theoretician who in a way was overshadowed by, for instance, Austin, and had this quite a comparable idea of words deriving, in fact, their power from the original ritual situation. And that's what appealed to me, that he draws, that for him, the form for all art is ritual and drama. Precisely by this connection of nonverbal and verbal aspects of human communication. And that's why Burke wanted to draw from drama his conceptual framework, which he then applied to non-dramatic, not necessarily dramatic, literary works, as also philosophy. He wrote an entire overview of the history of philosophy through dramatic lens. So I wanted to emphasize that aspect, that it is interesting, of course, that Krleža had the same sense for words and as Woolf did outside this novel, but in this novel, it is placed in the context of drama, in the context of word in action, expressed word, and word connected with something that is not necessarily verbal. If I answered, I hope I answered the question. Thank you very much, very much.
Thank you very much for the question. Next.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I have basically two questions that I was trying to kind of formulate, and maybe they're still not as formulated as I would like them to be. The first one would be, and this only occurred to me when you talked about the femme fatale motif, and I was thinking about if you could elaborate or think through with us how men are sometimes used in Virginia Woolf as almost like a comedic interpretation of I was thinking about Percival, for instance, falling off the horse.
In the way.
Yes, being completely absent, yet being fatal.
Percival resembles Pavlovich.
Yes. Yes.
In many sense.
Because he's not, you never see him. Jacob is not.
This withdrawal from social interaction, withdrawal from sexuality.
Yes.
And yes, being a mythic, already the name associates him with this.
And then we also have Jacob, we have Peter, we have Mr. Ramsey. There are all kinds of characters who are basically reinterpreting imperial politics as well. And the second question, perhaps it's
not, I don't have anything to add. It's such a brilliant association.
Yeah. No, and the second question, I was just thinking about the ending. When she writes, the curtain rose and they spoke, I was thinking that it's really interesting because it almost evokes the choir, not the characters, because she doesn't say they talked or they conversed, they spoke, which is almost like an
thought.
Yeah. So I was just thinking, how does that?
Incorrect.
Yeah. So I was just thinking, what does that do to the novel as a political novel? Thinking about Zrinka's definition of it as a change.
Cursed definition. No. It's quite new. Because it reminds us of the double perspective that we can. We need to constantly repeat that kind of double awareness. It's not that obvious. It seems. So I don't have it's such nice comments on what. I wanted to emphasize that still, speech and language is so important. But she doesn't, there are also many optimistic interpretations of this end. This end is really daunting. They are about to fight. He made the adultery. Perhaps they'll fight. Perhaps after fighting, they'll find some way of negotiating. So language is an open possibility, again, words that can be perhaps nonsensical, but out of which perhaps a plot, a play, something artful can spring also, and not necessarily quotidian, these motion words. Burke distinguished between action and motion. Action is purposeful human action. And that's what he wanted to attribute to words. And then Frederick Jameson criticized him for that, that it lacks history, that it lacks unconscious, etc., etc. But I still find that it's very, very useful, at least for these kinds of novels that use drama, that use this main conceptual tool, Burke's main conceptual tool. But yes, what did I start saying? Yes, the senselessness, yes, the senselessness of words that may may spring. But yeah, what I like is that the concept Burke uses to analyze different discourses is still an artistic concept. So that's what I wanted to say. They spoke, the curtain rose, so it will be framed possibly by some kind of artistic, utopian, creative version of speaking, rather than senseless motions. Yes, words as senseless motions. Thank you. I think.
Thank you.
That's enough. Oh yes, yes.
Let's make it a conversation.
Yes.
Saying to me only now when listening to your conversation that would it be them pushing it really too far? We're quoting Lycidica right here. But now when you are speaking about senselessness of words, would it be pushing it too far that in a way we can link that with what Guy speaks about as women's language, which is going beyond language, and in that sense taking away this ordinary sense of the words and pushing it to this order, which is then gender different.
Yes, but
would it be a way to think while reading?
It's definitely the idea of language that springs from a woman's mind, Lucy Rigaret. But in this book, what I like is that she doesn't really define what kind of sexual difference is needed in order for such a speech to happen. So it's not necessarily a heterosexual couple. It's not necessarily a woman that speaks. It's always, one and the other. So in this book, Lucy Rigaret, it seems to me is, although she's rather using, if you want, heterosexuality as a paradigm for otherness, than preaching that it is only the heterosexual variant and that it is only women who introduce this kind of, caring speech that cares for the other, that lets the silence slip in, etc., etc. So it is a female theory, that I agree, but she doesn't necessarily there pleads for a kind of, women's language. I wouldn't say.
What I thought is, do you think you can backwards read in Woolf?
Yeah.
Announcement kind of.
Yes, definitely. That was my intention. That was my intention entirely.
Self is pushing it that direction without having that.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
That's the direction.
That's precisely what I wanted to say. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Have you exhausted questions?
Coffee,
I think.
coffee.
Yeah. Since I'm usually notorious for those forms, more of a comment than of a question. Just to thank you once again and have a comment, since I actually asked 2 questions. So I can comment now. Actually, it was this novel that was a trigger for Zrinka and then rest of us to think about the definition, because we were of political novel, because we were irritated by these banal genre definitions of this exact novel as political novel.
He seems to be the
model political novel. Yeah, and then we thought, but general in text, I think, and we wanted to grasp with the definition of political novel. So I must say that this lecture actually gave us a lot of food for thought, for even more complicating our struggle with defining the genre, but in this context, in this sense, making things more complicated is actually positive thing, not a negative thing. So I want to thank you once again for this wonderful lecture. Thank you everyone for your questions, and we are going to have a coffee and short break and see each other in 12 minutes, something like that. Yeah, around 11.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Our next speaker is Professor Maja Zorica. She's Associate Professor at the Department of Romance Languages and Literature. She published her first book on André Gide in Paris, and her second book, the first in Croatian, in Zagreb, and it's entitled Prisoners of Love, Literature, Homosexuality, Engagement. Today she will be talking about Renaud Camus, mise and abyme of the queer political novel.
Thank you. Sorry for the little vanishing act. Wasn't on purpose. So, first of all, okay, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. And in order to present Renaud Camus' work as a mise en abyme of the queer political novel, we need to present the character itself. So today, Camus is in fact both too present, I'm emphasizing these words, hopefully you'll understand later why, as a political conservative figure whose works get mentioned by Marine Le Pen, and too absent, well, at least out of date as a writer, which is a paradox for such a graphomaniac, diarist, and Twitter enthusiast. He himself said that he became famous 2 times as a pornographer and as a racist, and both times he got misread. He is also an author that got recognized by Roland Barthes for his tricks and supported by Édition Paul for many years before being abandoned by them following his political works and lawsuits. He is also one of the authors like Daniel Guérin, whose works divide his readers in 2 very different camps. One is the queer literature, which he rejects as a term, after having first rejected the terms homosexual and gay and trying to integrate the notion of acrien in 1984, and the other sphere is his political works as the creator of the famous theory of the Great Replacement, which basically tries to convey a return to the so-called European and only European culture in Europe, which is lost, according to him, as a result of the migration and the weakened sense of our belonging to a specific culture that needs to be protected from exterior influences, mainly religious, but also cultural and other. It should also be said that a conference on Camus as a queer author seems almost impossible in France today because besides his political followers, the young gay and queer generations don't find anything or almost anything that they seem to share with a person who has, moreover, created a public figure as a willingly outdated so-called aristocratic, with a, let's say, aristocratic elitist look, with a touch of French dandyism and a fairly venomous, blunt, conservative and nationalist terms that the woke culture and the cancel culture of today shies away from, to use a euphemism. In fact, the queer gay literature existing in France today that wants to be called that is inevitably, even when not political thought, as being on the left spectrum. It doesn't necessarily go as far as being leftist, de gauche et gauchiste, not the same thing in French, but it refuses to incorporate the voices that belong to the tradition in the 1970s. One of his predecessors could well be Joindeau, as a conservative Catholic, who blamed his wife of what he called his Nazi episode, and nowadays more than problematic Tony Duvert, or more famous Gabriel Matzneff. We can include Renaud Camus. The choice of Renaud Camus is a personal challenge that I already tried to express so in my book, and also mainly to my sense of democracy or free speech, if you want. But moreover, I think Camus is a challenging consideration to the question of the queer political novel. As an author of numerous books of essays, most famous for this theory of great replacement, Introduction to the Remplacisme, in 2019, he published its 5th edition, which he developed in works such as The Small Replacement, The Great Deculturation, Decivilization, his 227 proposals of the non-candidate for the presidential elections in 2022. Moreover, his views did encourage him to write not only programmatic works, but a lot of those that show the extent of meaning of the concept culture, language, tradition, but also otherness. Numerous travelogues, but also the Directory of Contemporary French delicacies, let's call it, the notes on the manners of our times, the syntax or the other in the language, praise of shame, low voice, praise of the whisper or the other in the voice, that point well point to this other field of his so-called quill literature. Tricks, elegies for the few, elegies, not allergies, accurate chronicles, without mentioning his voluminous journals. He wrote about the Roman journals. We wrote about the Roman journals in an article for Nottingham French Studies. Or some works like The Great Life of the Dog Orla, or The Exhausting Desires for These Things. It should be mentioned, I just put down the selected works that I read and bought. But okay, it should be mentioned that recently, in 2023, in the US, was published the first translation of his selected political writings, just 266 pages. So why one can just wonder, when did the white supremacy groups that mention him learn French? Well, it's a question. For today, we chose 3 historical novels published in a period of 9 years. So, wait. Okay. Sorry. Roman Roi, Roman Le Furieux, et Voyageur en Automne. So, Roman the King, Roman the Furious, and The Traveler in Autumn, which can be read as a mise en abyme of the political novel in many ways. Let me explain. So, the trilogy. First of all, it should be emphasized that from the first novel, Roman Roi, Camus blurs the lines with the title because in French it could be very well suggest that the genre itself of the novel could be considered as a king, well, kind of metaphorically. So the title would be formed of a noun and an opposition, which the French doesn't really like, according to the same Camus, which also works for the second novel that could be considered a furious novel, but actually points out to the meaning of the title that the 2 novels tell the story of the life and the disaster of the exile of the king named Roman, actually Roman II, a king of an empire, Caronia, which ruled from 1927 to 1930, and then from 1933 to 1948. So this is from the first novel, so it's like an introduction, so the map and also the family tree. In the first 2 novels, if the first 2 novels are written as more or less classical historical novels with a very dense narration in the third person with an occasional dialogue, which clearly shows the author's predilection for the description of places in this account of all the travels of the king who lost his kingdom and searched to find his place with his government in exile, which gradually loses all meaning. Roman travels around the world through Europe to end up in the US, linked as he is with the European royal families, while feeling that he is at the mercy of the countries such as France, the United Kingdom, the US, the Soviet Union. Politics are an omnipresent theme in the first 2 novels, but they're reduced to the narration of events, diplomatic and not so diplomatic solutions, adaptation to logical and illogical changes of the king that had to flee the country that became a part of the Eastern Bloc, suffering all the consequences of choices of their governments. Thus, the first 2 novels seem to borrow a lot from the Vanity Fair section of journals, court and parliamentary intrigues, while presenting the king's character through the writings of his faithful companion, Secretary Homan, whose purpose is to write the memoirs of the king while simultaneously giving away a lot from his personal life till the marriage with the English lady, Lady Diana Landsor. That turned out to be the key element of King's life and a passion that led him to insanity and asylum. We suppose that historians could be interested in verifying rather heterogeneous historical events interpreted by Camus that ensure the veracity of the narration. Even though Homan gets to question the meaning or the value of his writings in the first 2 novels, they never reach a theoretical or meta-theoretical level. So we are far from Hutchins' historiographic metafiction. Nevertheless, the third novel seems to raise an abyme in negative, the question of, well, intertextuality of history, maybe also a parody. On the other hand, the third novel inaugurates a different point of view, that of a traveler, foreigner that is never named, a Frenchman, literary specialist of a sort, who came to the former Caronia for a conference on the writer Arnaud, where the discovery of his presumed predecessor Lemka encourages him to a quest of his own. In fact, it's the third novel that sheds some light on the whole trilogy, its subject, its meaning, and its place, as we would argue, in Camus' work. So why could the trilogy be considered a mise en abyme of the queer political novel? So my hypothesis is that it's political, not because it narrates political, diplomatic, imperial court events, or even hetero, homo, gay, queer, acorn sexuality. So not because of the thematic of the trilogy, certainly of the first 2 novels, but it's political, especially when read today, when the main contemporary French production is, well, okay, let's call it left-oriented, liberal, with a special twist in becoming Parisian phenomena. It's a genre, and it has nothing to do with the engagement, Sartre's engagement. So Camus' trilogy acts politically, wink to Zrinka, in a sense that despite the totalizing world in which we are immersed, he actually postulates literature as the basis of politics. Not because Roman the king would be just a melancholic romantic king lost in the new world without his kingdom, but because the politics narrated in novels are produced by the secretary as an imaginary biography that set the scenery to produce the actual politics of the first two novels. Not as a recount of those events, not as a fall of the king, but by establishing the concept of a king, not as a person, not even as a myth, but as absence. The link to Louis Marin, classic book, Le Portrait du Roi, The Portrait of the King, would be an interesting parallel to draw. How the fantasy of a unique body of the king is established, and how the symbolic violence of his name is exercised and reproduced by himself also. More interestingly, Marin shows how the model works to question what it aims to legitimize, the political legitimacy of his royal authority, finding out that the absolute of its power only by becoming ultimately not only its image, but signing its name. It's a so-called biography that transforms into fiction, or should we say even a more problematic autofiction, secretary's autofiction of kings, but also of his own life. He, for example, has different names they use if the events have something to do with sexuality, especially gay sexuality. So Homan becomes Jean, then becomes Nemo. Even the king has an encounter with the young Mark in the US in Hollywood, so very chic. The paradox is, and this isn't an exculpatory discourse, literature doesn't need it, it couldn't care less about somebody's guilt, it's a text. So the trilogy is also political paradoxically because, and this is my hypothesis, it introduces one of Camus' key motives present in his Acreon books, the figure of presence and absence, repeated several times in his book Élégie pour quelques-uns, but also in the trilogy, in the body and his representation of the king himself, but especially emphasized in the third novel when the narrator, so the traveler, when alone, is talking to his dead lover, Pierre, repeating a scene from the elegies, during his quest of finding lost manuscripts of the writer Lemka, Les Conversations dans la Barque des Morts. So this tension between the two presence-absence figures can be identified also as a trace in his travelogues and echoes in the descriptions in his novels, but also paradoxically even in his 227 proposition of a non-candidate. Presence of in too much noise, too much light, absence of, etc., or, as I argued in my book, in his famous tricks. Since the 1980s, the French novel is becoming increasingly more political, to the extent that politics nowadays remind us of the figure of Flaubert's narrator, invisible and omnipresent, but also produces a lot of books like against political literature, La littérature embarquée, etc., etc. By putting it in every source, the politics implode in, well, one more Flaubertian term, ressassement, in a Bouvard and Pécuchet's manner. Given the changed overall settings, it could be argued that Camus, as a conservative political writer, displays in his novels a different point of view, the one that considers world as literature beyond his own political views. Like his King Roman, like also a figure of presence, absence, he refuses to give in to the pragmatics of life and politics that he understands. In Elegies, he states the narrowness of every engagement. The better the page is, the more it sadistically reminds us of what, in the very time that creates it, is the lure of some kind of narrow engagement on our part in the entire sensory experience and its field. Absence is the most common, the most normal way of our relationship to the world. I'm tempted to write our presence. Maybe it's madness by itself, like his King's Madness, no matter which politics or stereotypes, for example, on Eastern Europe, he tries to convey. These novels disrupt the hierarchies, one more wink to Zrinka, paradoxically, because the first two are more than well embedded in a tradition that is also a mythical place to be filled every time. Why? Because the third part that we call the epilogue is like a comment beyond the grave, d'outre-tombe. If all the revenants Revenant in English also. If we are all so Revenant, how do we exist politically if the world itself is the beyond, metaphorically or not? If we ask the question, what is queer here, even though the term itself sounds false in a sense, like an appropriation, like Globish or gender studies in France, where the mainstream is trying to mimic the situation in the US, their quest to become global references, even though written in French, oh, quelle horreur, ironically speaking, of course, globally recognizable and marketable. Edouard Louis at Yale, for example, with autofictions that are supposedly about shame, ressassement, with the variation of the same. Oops, I did it again, said already Britney Spears. So, on the other hand, Camus is nowadays commonly unacceptable because he speaks about ethnicities and uses politically incorrect terms. So, disclaimer. Sometimes it seems to me that I'm the only fag who likes fags and from whom heterosexuality in itself, regardless of whether it's from a possible lover, has absolutely no prestige. A more or less liberal, adventurous, frustrated or drunk heterosexual who'd let me do this or that to him doesn't tell me anything. I have no desire at all to be given anything. Just like in the good old heterosexuality, where we could notice how difficult, sick, hostile relationships are often within it today. So one more paradox. Camus hates transgression, Bataille since the 1980s, and today he's conservative, but also not queer, not gay, not homosexual. He's not defining himself like that. Maybe he could be taken for, well, let's say, queerer than queer, not in a sense that he's more progressive than the queer writers, but that he's considered, if not offensive, at least strange, odd today, because he considers himself, as he stated in his 2022 conference in the Iliad Institute, not a philosopher nor an intellectual, which is a very cherished category in France, but a writer. So his space, Acrian space, is a typology of the written word, of a text. The only concession that is given today to Camus, and not intentionally, is his anachronism, which he embraces. So not included or recognized in the contemporary French queer discourse that goes from invoking Annie Ernaux and Bourdieu to the widely celebrated Edouard Louis and Didier Ribon, Camus becomes, like his poetics, both present and absent, too present or absent. Love isn't political, according to Renaud Camus. Nowadays, everything is. So his problem is, if we can call it that, is that he isn't just an aesthetic figure in times where everything is political. The political itself becomes a very complex figure of omnipresence, omni-absence, if you may allow me the term. Mimicking, and we come, well, I'm approaching the end, mimicking Gide's position of an aesthete in morality and a moralist in aesthetics, as Gide himself stated, Camus is fully aware that aesthetics and politics are intertangled. He's fully aware of putting himself at odds with his contemporaries, se mettre en délicatesse avec ses contemporains, which means delicacies imply indelicacies. Indeed, the indelicacies, errors, mistakes, even rudeness, which all implicitly refer to a norm. However, neither the norm nor the fault are very popular concepts these days, and less than elsewhere in the domain of language. We prefer the notion of use, which has the advantage of avoiding substantive judgments and therefore occasions for annoyance. Usage, nevertheless, has the disadvantage of being purely tautological. Everything that is commonly said is said with good reason, if it is usage which is law. For Camus, absence alone can represent the moment in its essence, to decant the sensation, crystallize the feeling, and its action not only summarizes our presence, but also all art, according to him, which is, according to him, always the art of absence. And to end with, so, two quotes. Every piece of writing is mourning. Every piece of music is a lesson in darkness. And every picture warns us of this, as a certain excerpt from the beginning of this book. This is not a, well, pipe. Problem is in French, pipe means something else. Look it up, I want to tell. So, blowjob. So, never mind. We just wanted to make this empty, the last quote, we just wanted to make this emptiness, our absence, our most solemn dwelling on earth resonate more harmlessly. So for me, it's a challenge. Thank you. a lot of, yeah.
So, yes, Professor.
I have question for both speakers, actually. I think we are talking about both papers now. Yes, yes. So. Once you elaborate maybe a bit more, why you needed really mise en abyme as a concept here, because you're saying mise en abyme of political knowledge. And then in my understanding of mise en abyme, you need starting point is going then to be reproduced process. So does that imply then, I was not any analysis of that. Whether you thought more of action of the genre and then thought more of actions within freedom. Mise en abyme works within. And if it is more about the genre, then what's the starting point? The genre is the model, where is the start? So that's one thing. And the other thing is speaking about his conservative position. Do you think that Jasper was forced nationally? So those are the questions. And let me just ask immediately what things and then and for Nenad, I wanted to ask him to elaborate more on one sentence which stayed with me very strong. When you said there was an opposition, even conflict, I think, this conflict between autofiction and autobiography in text. And it would be interesting to hear more of that, because that's has strong implications, and I was following later in the analysis. Thank you both.
Like the email, yeah, like 2 seconds and that's it. Do you want to, Nenad, do you want to say? Okay. Okay. Okay, so thank you for the questions. So first one, mise en abyme. Actually, the definition itself came from Gide. So so it's the heraldics, it's the way of repetition, having in the small model the how would you say, the whole of the general concept present in a smaller on a smaller scale. So I was thinking, first of all, they how would you say, the 3 novels, because he's really kind of no normal books from Camus. It's like this or like this. So he doesn't shy away from things. So in 20 minutes, there was not a lot of occasions to dress up. I mean, I tried to tell like a story in short, but to how would you say, to make you see all the connection in that, or the entanglement between the repetition, something that, for example, Proust already did. First of all, with a Swann, it's just like a repetition of a model. So first of all, Swann with Odette, and then narrator with Albertine, then Gilberte. So it's like we never learn or something like that. But this is kind of the resonating box in between the novels. But also we have to kind of think about the model itself of a historical novel. At least he's somebody that's like his best defense is the tradition and the implications that are kind of, well, sort of well, conservative. But the thing is, so when he tries, he's imagining like the whole world and putting in it something that would be that has, how would you say, those concepts of absence and presence that you find repeatedly in more than his, which is kind of also like, I think this is maybe the only link between the two, like some kind of sentimentalism. I'm sorry, I mean, the poor Hervé Guibert in comparison, but I think it's more or less the concept of the novel itself, because he didn't write a lot of novels. He wrote a lot of problematic books and stuff like that, or essays, or the diaries, and or shorter queer, let's say, queer books or Acrean books. I don't know. So actually it functions on both ways. And for the homoerotic nationalist, he hates, I don't know how to, so he's one of the, not disciples, but somebody that's kind of read Gide a lot. So he's against violence, any kind of violence. He hates sadism in any kind of sexual encounter. So he just says what Horkheimer says, like, we want to be mobile. But he hates the boundaries also of this queer, gay, so any kind of boundaries of this. So it's kind of, how would you say, he's actually a child of the 70s or the 80s. So nowadays it's normal, even though it's not justification. I'm not saying that everybody that was like on Woodstock nowadays, it's no, at all. Hopefully not. So, but what I mean is this. So this homoerotic, how would you say? Because you have the whole. Because you have the whole kind of genre of it, and he never does. So it's kind of a. I don't know. I know it takes an effort to see in this writer that became a public persona. Something that is not just racism and like, and to put it mildly, it's like a racism, but it's not even like it's a statement, but it's said in a way like, well, I slept with him, but that doesn't mean that he'll stay here, like go away. So it's stuff like, which is, it's not even kind of put seriously. So this is what I mean. So it's very kind of, for me, it's a challenge because it makes me, I have to make an effort to try to think things like that, because he's not a contemporary, and he embraces it. Thank you.
Okay.
Dođite vi tu.
Thank you. To reply to or clarify your question, as a response to your question, the contradiction between autofiction and autobiography. Well, there is a problem generally with autofiction because it is linked to autobiography. It's sort of elaborated autobiography. But if you look at the concepts, autobiography is life writing itself. Autofiction is fiction writing himself in the strictest terms. So there is a difference of realm, of level. Autofiction is clearly absolutely fictional, even if some of the episodes can be related to something outside the text. But the veridiction of the text resides in its fictional force. And that's, for me, is interesting, especially for this relation between sex and language. Sex can express itself only in a fictional form. And this fiction then has a form of autofiction. That's why I wouldn't drive the whole analysis to picking bribes of a reality from this imaginary diary. No, 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 no. At the end, I think I made clear that the text is completely fictional. That the fiction erases all traces of reality in it.
I have a question. If it's, can I abuse my? No, no, it's. I have the one here. Thanks. So, a question, because we talked a lot about well, differences and well, some similarities. Let's call it that, between the two examples. The two are out of date today, I think, for the young generation. I don't know. What do you think about this? Because my question is, it's maybe a stupid word. How can porn be sentimental? I mean, I know, okay, Bart, we told about it, the nya, whatever. He's also into mourning, absence, whatever, the same figure, because I found, I don't know, in the middle of Fou de Vincent, where you have also the Foucauldian figure of leaving, and et cetera, et cetera. So why, yes, why or how does he organize this kind of sentimental porn? I mean, every porn can be or is sentimental in a way, but yeah.
He's counting on, I think.
Okay.
Well, and there is, I think, a difference between a porn he lived, a pornographic norm in 1980s, and the pornographic form today. And it goes with this relentless, towards this relentless repetition of the sexual act, which has something to do, I think, with the general movement of globalization and repetition. So pornographic norm was different in the 80s, and I think he reflects that difference also. And you are absolutely right to say that they are a literary history. They are not so recent and really en vogue authors.
You would never get a gay porn today where, I mean, the young one has to be inspired by film avec des filles to seeing. It's like impossible. Like, this is not what we asked for. So
porn, older, younger is genre in itself, etc., etc. So all that, I think, was not so present in the pornographic industry and literature or filmography, whatever, in the 80s.
But is it? What do you think? The scene that I mentioned. Well, no. Before. So there are moments where it's kind of, if we can say, not just a sentimental, but touching, in a sense where he's doing him blowjob. No.
Well, he always not him a blow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to know what's the giving. Nobody's giving anything. He's actually, I don't know. So
okay.
Yeah, shitting on the toilet, and this one is doing the job in front of him. And it's not bataille, so it's not transgression. It's not. It's kind of, oh, you poor little. It's horrible. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how we can see it as porn.
I don't know.
I mean, so what I mean is something completely, because this is my horrible way of saying I'm agreeing with you that it's firstly a text, because as porn it can't be managed, because it just drops everything every second paragraph. So.
No, I don't know.
No, but this was like my what? Okay, thanks. Sorry. Yeah, we'll continue.
Yes, maybe someone from the audience wants to comment. Yes, Mirella.
I'm sorry.
No, we'll continue.
not to bother you during the coffee break. I have actually a question for both of you, in which order you choose. This, I don't know, is it just my impression, but this general dominance of the autobiography or autofiction in the category of queer literature. How would you comment on that? Which reminds me of certain feminist critical voices which were raised relatively early of this entrance of the minority authors into the literary field through the non-fictional genres. So the way Professor Ivić explained it is logical, but what happens in most of the production is the erasure of fiction from the autofiction, and also the structure of autobiography from the autobiography. It is usually in the most general critical production, the fiction somehow disappears, and it calls for rather biographical interpretations and representationalism, mimeticism, and all kinds of thematic criticism which happens in the field. So how would you comment on that phenomenon?
Okay, so autofiction in queer literature, French one. I'm not sorry. We can't know everything, can't read everything and whatever. So I'm not sure that it's kind of. I would say that the fiction evaporates as opposed to the truth being told. And because, for example, Edouard Louis, he writes En finir avec Eddie Bergol after he writes L'histoire de la violence, where he recounts his own rape by an Arab looking Arabish, I don't know. So man, the problem is he gets almost too there are some problems with his story, because actually there is a man who says no, but it was consensual, don't make me a rapist, come on. And so it's kind of how would you say, it's a malentendu. We are not talking about the same things, because the man is pissed because he's like, we didn't do that, it was nice, no, whatever, it was consensual. And this one is kind of how would you say, kind of becoming a star, victimizing himself through but it's come on, it's a known kind of topic from Annie Ernaux, maybe one of the first, at least in French literature, then Bourdieu, and then it's all around. Everybody is boo-hoo-hoo, wasn't born in a castle, boo-hoo-hoo, whatever. Okay, there are horrible things that happen, but I mean, whether I don't know, I have a problem with some of those authors that think that Paris, it's like the center of the universe, and the 50 people that are kind of there with the power in culture or whatever in literature are there, the most important ones that decide whatever. So it's, in a sense, it's even, if you want, politically incorrect to say, for example, being, I don't know, a feminist, or being a queer, or being gay man in, I don't know, here, in India, in Bali, or in Paris. Come on, everybody's going to Paris, even from the Provence, because it's becoming Parisian in like a genre, French genre. Now I'm kind of horrible to them, maybe, but it's because there is a lot of production. You have Alfred Dreyfus, Journal d'un garçon d'aujourd'hui, like 1,200 pages of a journal. Come on, and he's like 26. Then, okay, Renaud Camus, at least he writes obsessively, but you know what you expect. But then there are like, come on, some discipline. So, and it's, I know that it's ressassement, and we talked about it, the repetition. Marquis de Sade is all about the repetition, but there is no pretension. Marquis de Sade doesn't pretend it's what I lived. I mean, it's the truth. When you read it, you know it's like everything is in your head, hopefully. That's it. But it's this pretentious pretension of being the truth, or the chunks of reality, or whatever. This is what is despicable, and it's really marketable.
Yes, that was my question.
Yeah.
Why is it so?
Cells, sex cells, trauma cells. Goncourt, you have incest, three years in a row, one incest per year. So next year, I don't know, stepdad, dad, whatever, tack. Horrible, powerful, poor. I mean, it's horrible to say. I know it's politically, but it's, come on, it's literature. It's supposed to be literature. Ajde vi sad nešto lijepo i teoretski. Kad se ja popljuvala sve. Sorry. Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah.
Okay, we are out of time. So I would just like to thank you for your.
So, to continue, keep up with the spirit of our project, which is cartography of the political novel. We traveled today from the imaginary space it was centered for Northern Europe to France, and now we are going to Poland. And I'll give you Błażej Warkocki, who is going to speak about language, gender, and genre as political platform. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. I'll be talking about that particular novel. And well, I chose that novel because I think that novel is just perfect for our workshop and for our project as such. And I would like to write something, text portrait for sure. But I have to say that's the first time I'm talking about that novel. I have never been writing about it. So that's kind of introductory remarks. So here are some information, basic information. Dorota Masłowska is one of the most important Polish women writers debuting after 1989, particularly known for her first novel, Wojna polsko-ruska pod flagą biało-czerwoną. It's 2002, which was translated into English by Benjamin Palow as Snow White and Russian Red. And that's the book. This was followed by her other novels published not so often, usually roughly every 5 years or so. Paw Królowej, The Queen's Peacock, Kochanie, zabiłam nasze koty, Darling, I Killed Our Cats, Inni ludzie, Other People. These are not translated into English, as far as I know. She also writes plays, dramatic text, immediately intended and written for stage, usually in collaboration with one of the Warsaw theaters. All of these texts, I mean, the language can be classified as a kind of linguism operating with parody and pastiche, or perhaps, in other words, writing from the ear, because she's very sensitive for spoken Polish, which, however, always takes a certain form. In other words, these texts are readable. That's not a chaos. That's not understandable. However, it's a kind of the challenge to read that novel even in Polish. The transgenre willingness to transcend literature is also an important issue in her work. Already The Queen's Peacock, the second novel, 2006, resembled a bit of a rap song or a kind of parody of one, with recurring refrain, "This song was made with money from European Union. You can read it using letters contained on the internet." There is a rhythm in Polish sentence. She released the music album Społeczeństwo jest niemiłe, Society is Not Kind, under the male nickname Mr. D, 2014, and then another one, it's quite recent, Wolne, can be translated as slow or free, under her own name, Dorota. And here's one important note. Dorota Masłowska was born in 1983 in Wejherowo. That's a kind of small town close to Gdańsk. So she was 6 years old in 1989. And her 2002 debut novel, is entirely infused with a socio-economical transformation of Poland of the 1990s. Snow White and Russian Red comes out in 2002. The author is 19 years old, and very quickly the novel becomes loud, famous, recognizable. There was a lot of reviews from prominent critics. It was probably the most famous and important literary debut since 1989 in Poland. According to the autobiographical myth, which we can find in the interviews with her, it was like this. Dorota Masłowska attended high school and, like many teenagers, wrote short stories. She even sent some of them to the two different magazines. She received an award from one of women's magazines, and that motive will be in the novel, in White Snow. At that time, she wrote about issues that are close to teenagers, problems with parents, problems with schools, and so on, with school. Everything suddenly changed when she started writing not in her own voice, but not about her own experience, but in the voice heard under the block flats in the backyard, something outside of the window. And this is how strong the main narrator and protagonist of the novel came into being. A young boy, a high school student, often sexist, aggressive, frustrated, very often stoned. That's what was said about the novel in the first reviews. That's the stoned prose. He's just ordinary guy, but from the specific subculture from the 90s. According to autobiographical myth, as I said, it was written by the 19-year-old girl, Dorota Masłowska, on the margins of, of her preparation for matriculation exam, including Polish history. In this way, the author wrote her own history of the war, and the word war is in the original Polish title, although it is not clear who's fighting with whom. Most likely Poles with Poles for Poland, thus exposing all Polish complexes. What's more, the whole novel is written in a particular slang with a touch of absurdity and grotesque, and sometimes pure poetry hidden under layers of vulgarity. The plot essentially is very simple. A young guy from the suburbs of a large city is dumped by the girlfriend, and he cannot get over it. He wanders around the city, does drugs, and meets more girls. On the occasion, he often speaks in political language, often incoherent and contradictory, right and left at the same time. In this way, he reflects kind of dominant discourse of the time, and probably we could say that White Snow and Russian Red is the best story about Poland's neoliberal transformation of the 1990s. In terms of early reception, we see kind of gender dimension, a young girl and all around male critics who promoted her, wrote reviews, praised her, because it was strong masculine prose. Years later, after 20 years, she'll come back to the situation in an interview, deconstructing the whole situation. And she released a rap album as if it was her dream, a recurring dream, to enter the male-dominated world of hip-hop of the 90s. In a sense, this dream has come true. The album entitled Wolne was released and signed Dorota, because formerly, as I said, she used the maiden nickname Mr. D. And I have to talk a little bit about the context, because I think it's quite important, the context of the concept of women's literature in Poland. So the 1990s was a time of a heated debates about women's literature. In literary criticism, I mean, in reviews and so on, and at universities in academic articles. It was a time of reception of mainly American French theory and criticism, feminist criticism, and also a time of important, so to speak, foundational feminist books about Polish literature. But of course, there were lively disputes about whether gender has any relevance to literature at all, whether male-female distinction matters, and whether women's literatures exist, and what feminist perspective can mean, and so on, so on. Everything happened in the 90s. And Dorota Masłowska must have been familiar with some of these discussions, although she was very young at the time, because one can find paraphrases of book titles by Przemysław Czapliński, one of the most prominent critics of the time, in her novel. And that situation, for me, is quite important. The situation and arguments about women's literatures is significant, because anything can be said about that novel, but not that it is women's literature in any sense of the word. It was impossible to classify it this way at that time. Feminist critic Ewa Graczyk noticed in her essay that the main narrator is a man who treats virtually all female characters in the novel in a sexist manner. All of them are in the web of this language, except for the one female character whose name is Masłowska, and who is an authorial figure or alter ego. The protagonist appears suddenly at the end of the novel in a postmodern way and explains to the main character, Strong, that he is only a character who plays a role in a fictional world. The W in the name Masłowska is silent, because in spoken Polish it is silent, which once again shows one fundamental thing. That is, Masłowska's writing is from the ear. That's the basic method, and then goes pastiche and parody. Ewa Graczyk writes, in this essay. It's very interesting to see the reception of White Snow among Masłowska's peers, and especially her female peers. I work at the University of Gdańsk and teach many girls from Wejherowo. Masłowska's from Wejherowo, Rumi, Rada, apart from those from the big Gdańsk, of course. And I've been able to see many times that most of them don't like the novel. And she says the author of contempt, I mean, Masłowska's contempt for protagonist Angela and especially Ala seems final. And what is quite important here in this essay, she says she uses different genre classification. That's not a novel, in her opinion, but a long poem. She uses the term poemat. And a little bit about politics and literature in Poland, very briefly. So a short story about politics in Polish literature as presented, I will talk as presented by Przemysław Czapliński, although of course not only by him, in his book Powrót Centra Literatura w Nowej Rzeczywistości, Literature in the New Polish Literature in New Reality. So he says that literary field in Poland was dominated for a long time by the communist, anti-communist axis, especially after 1976, when the so-called second circulation was created. Magazines and books published outside, so that was magazine and books published outside of the official censorship. Then the political axis structuring the literary field is around communist, anti-communist distinction up to the so-called anti-socialist realism. So we had socialist realism, but in the 80s, there was kind of anti-socialist realism. After 1989, one could observe a general move away from politics. Such were the demands and literary manifestations at that time. It was finally possible to deal with just literature. The political context associated with communist, anti-communist axis could now go away. Fukuyama's vision of the end of history were also very, very popular at the time and helpful in this process. The next generation, born in the 70s and 80s, is changing this situation a lot. Writers like Dorota Masłowska, Michał Witkowski, I was talking about him in Berlin, Paweł Demiński have something in common apart from generational issue, and they are writing from the ear, using slang, politicizing the literary language. Colloquial language was the platform where the politics could be heard. This process emerged most strongly in Masłowska's work, most clearly and literally in Demiński's work, who wrote plays and criticized neoliberalism very literally. Although these writers and Masłowska were not called or labeled as political by critics, or very, very rarely. But engaged criticism and engaged literature is emerging in this generation. That is what the phenomenon was called, not political, but engaged literature and criticism. Although the main critical book from the generation was written by Igor Stokwiszewski, it was Zwrot Polityczny, The Political Turn, 2009, and it was mostly about critique of postmodernism, because in his opinion, the main problem with the Polish version of postmodernism in the 1990s was that it did not include a critique of capitalism. Now I had an idea to write an opening paragraph, but probably I don't have a lot of time, and I have a music video at the end, so maybe music video will be a little bit nicer than my reading of English version. So I try to analyze the first paragraph. So in this passage, you didn't hear, both the language and the story is important. In fact, we have here in the first paragraph, setting out the plot of the novel. The main character, Rabkowski, called Strong, Silny, finds out in the bar that his girlfriend Magda was dumped by him from Magda's friend Aleta. And this is the plot start of the story about the boy, most stoned, wanders about the city and meets more girls. They all use incoherent political discourses or fragments of them. A political interpretation was provided by the feminist by the feminist. Oh, I have here my water. Political interpretation of that novel was provided by the feminist critic Kinga Dunin. She was very important in the 90s. And in her opinion, Silny Strong was meant to be a metaphor for the Polish public discourse of the time. Dominant, but internally incoherent, combining right-wing nationalism, anarchism, without any awareness of contradictions. This dominant discourse is entered into polemics by girls from the novel, who also use political language or elements of that language. One speaks a conservative language, another one a feminist or a little bit of ecological one. However, in Kinga Dunin's opinion, these are weak languages. They do not stand a chance against the discourse presented by Strong Rabczewski. This is the public discourse which obscures all other political idioms and delegitimizes them. At the same time, language itself in the novel, especially from today's perspective, becomes political, colloquial, slang, crippled. That's the language that demands something, probably kind of recognition, but on the other hand, wants very much to dissociate itself from something, namely from being Ruski. That's the title. In the sense, the author's feminist consciousness at the time she was releasing her book was very weak. What was weak when she published White Snow and later in interviews, Masłowska was saying that gay queer literature does not exist because it cannot be real art. And that was the common opinion of dominant literary circles in Poland in the 90s. And she was speaking like everybody in these literary circles. So she was talking like in the early 2000s. But the novel has its political unconsciousness. Especially important here is from my perspective, the duel between the closest bodies in the novel, Strong and Lefty. And it's very interesting here because it has the kind of potential for allegory. And this scene is particularly well done in the film because, of course, there is a film based on the novel, Wojna Polsko-Ruska, directed by Ksawery Żuławski. I even had that fragment, but you can watch it yourself. So the male friendship pact in that scene is broken by the lack of access to the password, to Polishness. The fight between the two young men is happening through the invocation of vulgarisms and fantasies, mainly with homophobic overtones. We could say that this is the reverse of male and thus Polish national identity. And of course, I have to say that there are no gay, queer persons in the novel, but nevertheless, homophobia is very clearly present as an element that builds national cohesion and male identity in the novel. And it's last thing. The original title of the novel is Wojna Polsko-Ruska pod flagą biało-czerwoną, so Polish-Russian War under the white and red flag. So firstly, we have the word war, and secondly, the strange word Ruski. That's how it is translated by Benjamin Palow. Of course, it all happened, and we have to remember that before the Russian invasion in Ukraine. And frankly speaking, the title in Polish sounds quite strangely right now for Polish ears. It is also important to note that there are no Russians in the novel, no protagonist who is Russian. They're all Poles from rather small suburbia town, don't speak foreign languages. And therefore, it's about that's obvious struggle within Polish identity. The word Ruski is decidedly pejorative word, like a slur. It means someone who's Russian, but also Ukrainian, Belarusian, someone who is further east than Poland. And it denotes, first of all, inferiority, while the word Jew in Polish, especially in the diminutive form in Polish football slang, denotes foreignness or being foreign. The adjective Ruski denotes inferiority. In Masłowska's novel, the adjective can denote people, objects, buildings, roof, cigarettes. Basically, everything can be Ruski. You can tell who is inferior based on the few details, and so the characters in the novel do. Inferiority also means poverty. So being Ruski means being from Eastern Europe, being from East, inferior, poor. Maybe we can say that it described the effect of racialization of Eastern Europe from within. That's the hypothesis. White, but not quite, as in the title of Evans Calmer's book. The English translation of the novel, where the word white is exposed in the title, is especially interesting here. Perhaps the novel, in the language of aggression, there's a lot of aggression in that book, in the novel, shows the dynamics of peripheral whiteness, to use Monika Bobako's Polish philosopher notion. This is generally the direction of my interpretation right now as I read the novel today. That's more or less everything, but as I said, years later, Dorota Masłowska will return to her famous debut novel and released a music album entitled Society is Unpleasant. And there is one song where there's a lot of references to Snow White, Russian Red. And that's the question, can we have time? Do we have time to hear it? It's 4 minutes. Oh. Yes, of course. Okay. As you see, that the lyrics here.
Now, with our next speaker, we'll have a discussion. After that, Anna Artwich will speak about another Polish novel, which she will present as a literary lesbian manifesto of the Polish interwar period.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. And at the very beginning, I would like to clarify the idea of the title of my speech. The title of my speech refers more to the researcher's reaction to book Anetka's discovery in 2021, which has almost became a milestone in the literary research of lesbian or queer women in Poland. Thus, Anetka is being treated now as a bit of a manifesto, and it does not refer to the text itself. During the preparation of the presentation, its focus changed, and I would like to present Anetka's most important thematic threads, rather than focusing on Anetka's role in contemporary research. At the beginning, I tried to combine these things, but the limitation of time made me focus more on the thematic, on the subject of Anetka. This intriguing moment in literary history is competently discussed by Paulina Pająk in the article 1933, the year of lesbian modernism in Poland, and she introduced Anetka to the Polish audience in that article. Therefore, the aim of this analysis is not to present a genesis or the outcome in reviews of the publication of Anetka, as it was convincingly conducted by Paulina Pająk, but rather to demonstrate its queer themes intertwined in many layers of the text. Moreover, the analysis can demonstrate not only the specific social conditions in which the novel was created, but also the genre itself might have influenced or facilitated the transgressive theme of Anetka. Trying to avoid the anachronistic trap of essentializing the identity, I would rather describe the character of Anetka as a non-normative person, some of whose relationships would certainly fit into the niches of lesbian continuum or homoerotism. So Anetka by Maria Modrakowska, who was a Polish opera singer, and it is the only known book she ever wrote or published. It was published in the year 1933, as well as novel Przygoda w nieznanym kraju. It is a novel, as we can loosely translate as The Journey in an Unknown Land by Aniela Gruszecka, and a Polish translation of Well of Loneliness by Radcliffe Hull. Each novel thematizes close relationships that belongs to the lesbian continuum. Importantly, although literary works thematizing lesbianism appear in Polish literature much earlier than commonly believed, these texts, especially Anetka Modrakowska's, did not survive in critical circle after readers' memory. Literature depicting the existence of queer women often situates itself on literary margins, hence the almost complete oblivion of Anetka's existence is not surprising. In the interwar period, due to the almost inevitable social taboo surrounding the desire of homosexual individuals, it had to be expressed during symbols and metaphorical language. In one of the first analyses of Polish homosexual literature, German Ritz pointed out the dominant use of Aesopian language, which conveyed the elusiveness and instability of unspoken homosexual desire. Although this was certainly the correct indication for most works created at a given time, Anetka seems to be an exception in this context. Modrakowska, in the textual layer of her novel, uniquely and continuously describes the non-normative identity of the main character. Concerning the genre, originally, the Bildungsroman focused on the description of a hero's apprenticeship of life from a male and heterosexual perspective. I would argue that the author has adapted a traditional male text to describe the opposite process of internal discovery and stabilization of identity against the heteronormative matrix, all the while keeping the essence and structure of the original novel of development. This revision of the heterosexual discourse within Bildungsroman's frames seems also to serve the pedagogical aim of the book. Anetka herself, in a desperate attempt, pleads with the society that cannot allow adult women to live in a marriage, which is something she views as a great injustice. In Anetka, Maria Modrakowska reproduces the pattern of Bildungsroman's hero's quest. At the beginning, the character feels disoriented and isolated due to her lack of selfhood. Subsequently, there is a change in her life when she was abandoned by her male fiancé, which helps her to start a process of self-reflection. In traditional understanding of Bildungsroman, it was commonly believed that autonomous self-development should result in a harmonious unity between the individual and the world, otherwise the individual would destroy itself. All the perturbance of main character of the book ultimately leads to development of her own identity. But there, the structure of Bildungsroman is being broken by Anetka, for Anetka does not find solace in the consciousness. Moreover, her individual needs do not coincide with society's norms and expectations for her. After she realizes that fact, she understands that she cannot function within these oppressive norms anymore, which results in her taking her own life. As Didier Eribon stated recently, human existence can be understood as the ability to move in space and project oneself into the future. I believe that Anetka, at the end of the text, did possess the knowledge about her queerness, but her socialization, which Franco Moretti describes as a mere need to compliance with authority, did not allow her to transpose the experience of homosexuality into her future, dominated by heterosexual matrix. Judith Butler stresses that heterosexual privilege operates in two ways: naturalizing itself and rendering itself as the original and the norm. Shaming and producing the identity of the others that will not be subdued to the norm can be seen as a part of these practices. Anetka's extreme sense of isolation seemed to be the result of that projection. Also, particular attention should be paid to the description of Anetka's childhood. The character's process of maturation is depicted in its chronological order, and the author clearly strives to maintain causal relations in her text. The narrative technique proves useful in considerations regarding the conditions shaping queer identity in her book, and thus might serve, as I mentioned earlier, the educational role in instructing the reader in the complexity of queer functioning in the society. It seems that though meticulous description It seems that through meticulous description, Modrakowska aimed to present a full range of environmental factors surrounding the childhood of character, thereby conceptualizing her divergent identity. It is also worth noting that Anetka has problems establishing relationships with other people. Although Anetka had feelings for her father and grandfather, she never formed a close bond with her distant mother, who suffered from mental illness, or her cruel grandmother, who was described in an almost demonic manner. The loss of the father and the grandfather's fear of the grandmother prevented the child from properly developing bonds with its caregivers, which results in the child's inability to establish relationships with other people later in life. However, as a child, Anetka tries to establish closer relationships, and the recipient of her obsessive interest is her young aunt, Susanna. Although experiences that are part of the lesbian continuum are marked in the history of literature by a certain impossibility of fulfillment or ephemerality, the relationship between Anetka and her aunt has a strongly corporal character. Susanna seems to derive perverse pleasure from humiliating Anetka with intrigues and shocking the child with her naked body. It is Anetka's aunt, as the older and more experienced party in the relationship, who seems to be more aware of the incestuous subtext of the relationship than Anetka herself. Although her childhood fascination prompts her to confess that, I cite, she would only marry auntie if she was a man, end of citation. The humiliation associated with the secret surrounding the relationship with the aunt, who alienates the child more and more possessively, and the disturbed relationships with other family members shape Anetka's deep distrust towards other people. This close relationship between the abused Anetka and her aunt, and later also her uncle, of whom Anetka becomes a victim of sexual abuse, somehow shapes or predicts the girl's behavior in the future. The heroine enters romantic relationships in a role marked by submission. Unable to express her feelings, Anetka will serve her school friend in a hope of establishing a relationship based on reciprocity. Therefore, Anetka is a character isolated from the world, and despite her attempts to break free from her loneliness, she failed to establish lasting emotional relationships with other women. It seems that Anetka has not been able to walk through the grief of losing her loved ones. Emotionally, disconnecting from the loss of her caregivers disrupts the linear structure of mourning, keeping her trapped in a loop of sorrow. Her sense of loss and closeness to death is therefore not finite, which is particularly evident in Anetka's behavior, who has spent her whole life balancing between life and death. It appears that Anetka's depression and suicide in the final part of the book are not only the result of a sense of alienation from the norm, but also, perhaps primarily, the inability to articulate her experience. The protagonist is unable to relinquish her love for her friend and believes she is in an impossible situation, which in Modrakowska's book culminates in her death. Once again, unspoken desire must yield to the thanatic force. The young girl also finds no solace in the possibility of a different creative expression of her identity. Her musical talent cannot fill the void Anetka constantly experiences. Sublimating feelings into creative expression fulfills a sapphic model of artistic affinity between two women's souls, thereby reinforcing a stereotypical notion of queer individuals as possessing a unique gift for creative expression. In this way, a niche is created that enables non-heteronormative individuals to function primarily in artistic circles, while simultaneously stereotyping their experience and pushing them into even more distant positions in social life. Perhaps Modrakowska consciously breaks the stereotypical perception of homosexuality in literature by clearly emphasizing the impossibility of sublimating the girl's feelings. Neither music or long journeys style like Grand Tour are able to soothe her pain, loneliness, unfulfillment, and sense of isolation from the heteronormative world. Therefore, although her love for a schoolmate is the direct cause of her death, depriving Anetka of the right to self-determination can be seen as the real reason for her suicide. She experiences a moment of disillusionment towards the end of her life, criticizing the hypocrisy of a society that sanctions the possibility of forming relationships by adults of the same gender. Her suicide also fits into the stereotypical presentation of the tragic fate of non-heteronormative individuals in culture and literature. In such representations, taking one's life is almost treated as a desirable and certainly idealized consequence of deviating from the norm by non-heteronormative individual. Anetka's beloved, after a momentary closeness in their relationships, returns to her societal norms by getting engaged to a man she met at the sanatorium. The strong dependency relationship established between the women casts Anetka in a subordinate role. Although Thea, her beloved one, says, I cite, "You, Anetka, are a repetition of myself," end of citation, and willingly engages in playing the role of an Egyptian goddess, thus satisfying Anetka's voyeuristic desires, it seems that she does not attach as much importance to the relationship. Satisfaction with the boundless adoration expressed by Anetka appears to be main motivation for her actions. Thea says the romance with her friend more as a short-term, exciting deviation from the norm than as a real possibility of establishing a stable relationship. It seems that someone else always stands in the way of reaching woman's beloved, and notably, in Anetka it is a man. The presence of men in lesbian relationships can be seen as a constant reminder of a patriarchal system lurking in the background, which casts a shadow over the relationship between two women. It not only reminds them of the potential consequences of their closeness, but also of the societal acceptance and financial security that a woman may only find in a relationship with a man. In Anetka's case, the appearance of men unequivocally ends the relationship with Thea. Her attempts to establish an equal relationship with men also end in failure. Despite declarations, none of them can accept Anetka's oddness and tries to mold her into the submissive role of a wife. The close relationship between two women has no chance of fulfillment, and the sacrifice made by one party is meant to make the other women happy. In a final part of my presentation, I would like to discuss the Gothic themes in the novel Anetka. Although the book is separated by several decades from the peak of popularity of Gothic motifs in literature, numerous references to that convention appear even in later lesbian queer novels, not without a reason. George Haggerty in Queer Gothic wrote that motifs characteristic of the Gothic have the potential to undermine heteronormative structures. Therefore, it becomes crucial for interpreting text to pay attention to use of Gothic themes, which can include dark family secrets, labyrinth spaces reminiscent of a maze, repressed desires or transgressive impulses that drive the action of the characters. The established aesthetic and metaphorical framework of Gothic aesthetic from the 18th and 19th centuries is also evident in later literary form, where gender and sexual transgression violate normative decorum with Gothic references. It is not uncommon for the depiction of the childhood of non-normative girls, especially those overlooked in a patriarchal discourse, to bear the marks of secrecy and certain unspeakability, marking them as outsiders and isolating them from their surroundings. The Gothic themes in the story of Anetka, considered a strange, other child, are particularly pronounced. She was separated from other children her age, shaping her personality with a haunting loneliness. Of particular importance is understanding the connections between Gothicism and the novel Anetka, is the child's fascination with the attic space in her grandparents' old manor. The strange, excluded child spends many hours a day in the abandoned space, which she calls her secret. Although the ancestral estate, with its cobwebs, snakes, numerous rooms to get lost in, and tarnished doorknobs, evokes a Gothic mansion, it is the dusty, murky mirror that captures the protagonist's special interest. Anetka interacts with her reflection in a mirror, sometimes kissing the created doppelganger, which significantly is one of the same gender. The attic expeditions and endless conversation with the incredible twin represent an attempt by Anetka to detach herself from the violent family relationships in which she is treated as an outcast. At the same time, the created doppelganger makes Anetka aware of her own inner conflict and the inability to conform to the norm. The manor, in a way, is an emanation of child's otherness itself, and its endless corridors and unknown rooms symbolically allude to the mystery of the girl's non-heteronormativity. Thus, Anetka's expeditions can be understood as psychoanalytic attempts to uncover the secret of her own otherness. Kosowski-Cedric describe Gothic characters using the metaphor of a veil. They function behind a kind of a veil that both protects and separates them from the surrounding world. Therefore, the defense mechanisms causes the repression of non-normative sexuality and pushes it into the interior of subconscious. In the case of Anetka, it is essential to note the combination of two sources of mystery in the mirror, which is both herself and another girl, who becomes a methonymic object of the desire. By attempting to understand the secret of her otherness, Anetka also realizes the necessity of hiding, condemning her to life outside of the binary system, whose foundation is heterosexuality. The result of these investigations and attempts to understand her own identity are sunken, hollow eyes, which becomes a significant part of the appearance of the unhappily in love adult Anetka. The manor, full of family secrets, may also, like Edgar Allan Poe's Gothic The Fall of the House of Usher, signal incestuous relations into which the girl is implicated. Secrets shared with both Aunt Zuzanna and Uncle Adam cast a shadow over her delicate psyche. The moment Anetka is drawn into a violent relationship with her aunt is described to be in the book as the end of her childhood. Because of the need to keep the secret, the child's sense of otherness deepens, ultimately isolating her from the trendy individuals. Furthermore, Anetka finds the source of her spiritual experiences in the ruins of ancient Roman buildings, calling herself a pagan. This formulation serves not only as a clear reference to the key figure in Polish queer women literature, Poganka, the pagan, written by Narcyza Żmichowska from the first half of the 19th century, thus showing the kinship between both novels, but also highlights Anetka's Gothic fascination with the past and decay. Anetka finds fulfillment in melancholic contemplation and destroyed civilization, whose principles seems to be more favorable to individuals like her. The girl, compared to a cold, lonely statue, is enthralled by what is past and irrevocable. It seems that in ruins and sculptures, she once again finds a mirror in which she contemplates her own existence. All these allusions situate Anetka in the tradition of Gothic novel romance. As I mentioned earlier, the usage of Bildungsroman genre itself in a story of queer self suggests a shift from a journey towards integration in a heteronormative social and economic order to completely opposite Foucaultian direction of subversive negotiation of the sexual self against the social machine. Furthermore, the Gothic romance enhances the desires and terrors of the female body. The irascible tension between the protagonist's own bodily desires and the male desire that surrounds her in another signal of her queerness in the book, and shows the heroine's path from a person subjected, exploited, and abused in a heterosexual system to a position in which she rejects the system in its entirety. As it is difficult to assign Anetka to the political niche of Bildungsroman because, despite numerous critical signals, its plot does not focus on clearly expressed political issues and reality of the era. Its themes certainly does align with the modern understanding of political engagement. Some genres create certain epistemic possibilities, thus the nature of text participation in genre system does sometimes delimit its capacity for political expression. In Anetka's form of Bildungsroman, the political discourse plays not only a didactic role, but also a postulative or futural one, expressed in a clear demand for the abolition of social ostracism of non-normative people. In Anetka, the reader is confronted with a transgressive subject that is deeply entwined in social context. Therefore, issues regarding sexuality and gender thematized in Anetka cannot be treated as apolitical. The novel seems to be deliberately stabilizing and producing the non-normative identity of Anetka in passages about her otherness as a child, her isolation as an adult, her lack of ability to fully submit to woman's role, and finally, in one of her final thoughts in a book, where she vividly rejects the idea of heterosexual relationships in favor of the same-sex marriage. Thus, the Bildungsroman linear structure with classical realist idea of historical time produces the subversive identity of Anetka. The shift, however, manifests in a placement of the novel's focus. Bildungsroman's narrative form allows the reader to acknowledge that Anetka's identity does not develop as a result of integration with social norms, but rather in a struggle with or against them altogether. This novel provides particularly interesting example of thematizing female otherness in the interwar period, demonstrating the exceptional possibility of describing sexual transgression in literature. Moreover, this literary text published in 1933 situate the emergence of queer women's literature in Poland way before 1990s, as it was previously described. Marking Anetka as outsider, a queer character faced the consequences of her alienation in different ways. The effects of struggling with the norm are either submission to the system or complete exclusion from it. Thank you.
So the floor is open for the discussion. Are there any questions, comments, remarks? No.
Okay, so I have a question for our colleague that just presented. Is it possible, because I didn't read the work, is it possible maybe to try to maybe what I thought of when you were talking about this novel and the queerness of the feminine in it? What popped into mind was the example, well, French one, of Colette, and she's also like a, how would you say? But she embodied a public persona, so it was possible for her to live, be kind of aside, but still be acknowledged in the public space with Mathilde de Morny or Uncle Max, as they called her, to have the kiss in the Moulin Rouge, and et cetera, et cetera. What I mean is, how come this kind? Could you maybe develop why this kind of invention of a public persona wasn't it possible in this kind of? Because you explained that it's a public figure. Why, or does it have any similarities with, for example, Colette as a French example?
Yes, so you're referring to the Anetka as a
Yes.
character?
Yeah.
I think it was impossible for her because she was very talented. She was a pianist and she could have made a big career. But I think it was the main point of the book was to show how all these other things cannot foreshadow, or I don't know how to put it, but they cannot like sublimate her very strong drive to live in a non-normative way, and she couldn't see a niche for herself to function because she wasn't. She was like a bit trapped in this family situation. She couldn't live freely. She didn't have the money, but she was from a wealthy family, but she didn't have the money herself. So she had to marry an older man to have some freedom, and she tried to do it to gain some freedom. But this man turned out to be a devout Catholic that really tried to make a Madonna persona out of her. So it was difficult for her to negotiate her position in a society, and she was a bit, I would say, even possessed with the love for her school friend Thea, who didn't reciprocate that much. So I think it was the point of Modrakowska was to show the tragic faith, and she really did focus on that, not to maybe show some ways how to go around that and create maybe some persona and create her own social niche that would accept her. So maybe that was the. No. Yes, that was what I meant. Mm-hmm.
noted Albert. Can you say more? Yeah. What I'm going with this is this literary? Is it also literary? Does it function like a literary relation? Yeah. I just try to describe the short history of politics and literature, very short. And of course, as I said, we had that social realism in Poland in the 50s, and it has a really bad reputation in Polish literary world, and likes it. Although, well, maybe anyway, that's how we perceive social realism. But at the 80s, there was really bad literature as well. With the ideology was different. It was anti-socialist. That were written by people who were opposed to authoritarian regime as well. And Joseph Chaplinsky was writing about anti-socialist realism. So bad anti-communist literature.
But you must also anti.
No. And Masłowska is sorry, I wasn't clear enough. From my perspective, Masłowska, and then we had the 90s, and 90s were free from politics. That was the manifestation. That was what everybody was saying. There were manifestos, literary manifestos, that we now in the 90s don't have to be involved in politics as writers, as critics. But next generation, and somewhat which read this in 2002, I think that novel shows, not explicitly, but implicitly, that politics came back to literature. And Snow White and Snow Red was not described as political novel, but in my opinion it is, but in an unconscious way. That's what I was trying to yeah.
Any other comments, questions, or? But you should open the microphone.
Okay, so thank you very much both of you for your presentations. I had a question also for Błażej about this description, depiction of justice in the novel. Does there is any religious component in this contrasting?
That's it. In fact, Warkocki in that novel is just a word. It's just a sign, and it can be associated with everybody and everything. But the only Polish people in the novel. There's a kind of a slur that somebody can put on the other person. Religious distinction is a really interesting question, because I remember that it doesn't play a big role, in fact, in my opinion. But I remember that in one of the interviews, somebody said, because Masłowska was very unpleasant to almost everything, or almost every ideological languages, the conservative language, the feminist language, the ecological language, as far as it was in 2002. But she didn't ridicule religious language, not so much, which is very strange, because, of course, she attending class of religion, how to say in English. After 1989, Catholicism and religion came back to schools, the public schools in Poland. So she was in schools, so she probably, she was absolutely aware of that language, knew it by heart, and could, pastiche it, and there could be a lot of parody of that language. And it's not there, not much. So it's a kind of the blind spot of the novel, that she was not, she didn't do that, in my perspective.
Any other questions?
To Błażej, I'm just following what you said about the 90s, and if when you read the novel from today's perspective, can it be said that the context that tried to evade politics was actually political? And in what way does this become visible in the novel when you read it from today's perspective? Maybe at the time, the lens was different, but in retrospection, could it be seen as actually some kind of political stance?
Yeah, that's really interesting. That's a very important question, and you're absolutely right. That 90s in Poland tried to avoid in manifestos. There was, that now we as writers, critics, can run away from politics. But in fact, that gesture was in a way political, because I think that in the 90s, and it is somehow written in the novel, that critique of capitalism in any way was impossible in the mainstream at that time. So I think that this novel, in a way, shows that. So I absolutely agree with you that that manifestos, that now we don't have to be political, that now Polish literature can be just literature without any political involvement, was himself political in a way, that the frame was political. I have a question to Anna, in fact. Sorry, if I can, and go to the 30s, because thank you very much for paper, and that's really interesting, because you mentioned that Anetka novel is something that was recently discovered. We didn't know for a long time that novel exists, and it was published in a quite big publishing house in Poland in the 30s. It was Rój, and Witold Gombrowicz was publishing in the same publishing house. So it was not, minor, obscure thing. And that novel with explicit lesbian plots were completely forgotten for a long time. And my question is, and now it was discovered, 3-4 years ago, not very long time ago, that something like that really existed in Polish literature. So my question is, what are the reasons why we as historians of literature, as Polish society, as people who's writing about Polish literature, forgotten about that novel? Why did it happen? If you have any hypothesis about that.
Yeah, funnily enough, I thought about the same thing, and when I had an opportunity to talk to Paulina Pająk, who discovered the book, I asked her the same thing, and we talked a bit about that, because we were opposing two books. I mentioned, of course, Anetka, and I mentioned Przygoda w nieznanym kraju, which is Journey in an Unknown Land by Aniela Gruszecka. And this novel didn't had much of a career either, but it was it stayed in a memory, and some papers were written about that in a context of 100 years. And in Journey in an Unknown Land, we had also a lot of relationship between two women, but it was more subdued, and it was also in a code. It wasn't so openly discussed, and I was wondering if that was the reason why it stayed in a critical circle. And we talk about that, and I think it is a reason that Anetka wasn't remembered, because it was so vividly describing the lesbian relationship, queer relationship between these two women. But also, and it was an important point, I think also the genre was important, because at the time Anetka was considered by the critics in the 30s as a bit old-fashioned, and she was criticized for being old-fashioned, while Journey in an Unknown Land, which was published the same year, was praised for being modernist literature and for more like interesting form. So I think that was it was our hypothesis when we were talking about that it was both the theme, the thematization of open thematization of a lesbian relationship, and the form that was considered at that time a bit old-fashioned. That's why it got lost somehow, and it was, as you said, it was discovered by her like 4 or 5 years ago, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
I think we can start, yes. We will start with our next panel. My name is Zvonimir. I'm historian, history department, and I'm also part of Caponeu Zagreb team. We are all fully aware that it's not easy to have a panel after the lunch, but we're going to make it, and I suppose that we will have a dynamic panel thanks to Ante and Andrea. The first one is Ante Andabak, University of Zagreb. Ante is a doctoral student of literary studies and assistant at the Caponeu project. And Ante will talk about these 3 short novels in 20 minutes. Ante, please. Thank you.
Just a sec. Yeah, it's very. Hi everyone, thank you very much. Thank you, Zvonimir, for this wonderful introduction. Yes, I'll be talking about Hilary Mantel's Woolf Hall trilogy. Thomas Cromwell trilogy, consisting of 3 books. First is Woolf Hall from 2009. Second, from 2012, Bring Up the Bodies. And the third, for which we had to wait 8 years, the concluding final installment, The Mirror and the Light from 2020. It's terrific and really towering achievement, as you can see. So it was a real pleasure to go through all of that. And I have to say, there are some of the most representative, best examples of modern historical fiction. Modern historical fiction, which is also at the same time political novel par excellence, because even the most stringent and the narrowest possible definition of what political novel is would have to include these, because they are political to their core. This was also some of the most successful Anglophone novels of the last 20 years, incredibly critically acclaimed and commercially successful with wider readership. So they were really quite something. And the reason for their success lies definitely in Hilary Mantel's preternatural ability to recreate history, to recreate the period and place done to death, which is the court of Henry VIII. She managed to imbue it with so much new life, It became something really visceral and sumptuous recreation of the past, so that even the intellectual offspring of Jacobins, who have no stomach for the idea of royalty and have no taste for their dramas and court intrigues, were nonetheless engrossed and found themselves completely captivated. Now, she managed this remarkable feat by choosing the most unlikely and remarkable hero for her historical fiction, and that is Thomas Cromwell, someone who went down in history books as one of the undisputed villains, someone who is always thought of badly, more or less, in historiographies and history books. And you know him probably as a right-hand man of Henry VIII and all the nice little things that Henry is known for, annulment of marriage from Queen Catherine, then Anne Boleyn, beheading of Anne Boleyn, Reformation, English Reformation, and all of that. Thomas Cromwell was behind it. He was a man who made it possible. He was lawyer and all the rest, financier. So he's the one who pulled the strings in many different ways, who managed to get it done. And so it's not surprising that he was portrayed as conniving, Machiavellian, and all the rest. He was the man responsible for the death of Thomas More, for example. So people didn't like him. But Hilary Mantel saw something quite incredible in him. So he's our main protagonist, and he's no Richard III, obvious villain who nonetheless enchants his audience. No, she portrays him in a very likable way, though accurate, historically very accurate. And one of the most incredible things about Thomas Cromwell is that he's completely self-made man, not like modern millionaires, I mean billionaires who were just millionaires. He really is self-made man. He came from the lowest possible strata of that time. He was a son of blacksmith from Putney, which was then on the outskirts of London, commoner to completely of common stock. So he really had no nobility in him, no blue blood or anything like that. And he still managed to become, I don't think this will work, yeah. He still managed to become the most powerful man in the kingdom, actually. And the fact that he was from such a base background allowed Hilary Mantel to place class firmly in her analysis in court setting, where usually a class dimension, especially of this low kind, rarely makes an appearance because it's very hard to make it happen. But this was actually historically accurate, and she managed to do it. And I'll just give one little example of the way she dramatized his low origins. Now, okay. Now, Henry's thinking in this passage as usual about siring a son, and he asked Cromwell, "Could you have a child?" And Cromwell is startled. "I think you could," Henry says. "You're of common stock. Common men have vigor." The king does not know they wear out, Cromwell thinks. At 40, a laborer is broken and gnarled. His wife is worn to the bone at 35. So that's one of the many, many examples how class plays a visceral and active role in narrative, which is mostly concerned with the nobility of the highest type. Also, Mantel's narratological choice of telling everything through Cromwell's point of view and in present time without using Old English, I mean early modern English, but still from our perspective old. No, she's not doing that. She's using modern language, though without anachronisms. And she managed to make something quite modernistic in a certain sense in a literary genre of historical fiction, which, barring for some notable instances that Linda Hutchins, which was today already mentioned, Linda Hutchins called historiographical metafiction, but barring those particular examples, which were a bit less traditional, historical fiction is by and large traditional in many different ways, none the least of which are literary traditionalisms. But this one isn't, for example, for those reasons, among others. Now, I won't be talking about that. This was for how long? I went for, okay, 5 minutes about something that we won't be talking about, but still, like introduction of sorts, I think it was necessary. Now, what I will be talking about is I'll try to take a stab at fleshing out the way gender plays a role in this world. I won't be doing that, though, in the usual way by looking at how Anne Boleyn and other important female characters were portrayed. As we know, Henry VIII was infamous for treating his wives in a very good way, let's just say like that, in a very euphemistic way. But yeah, his wives and other women at that time didn't fare very good. So obviously there's a lot of feminism to be explored there, but I won't be doing that, nor will I simply appeal to the fact that Hilary Mantel was herself a woman to say, okay, it's natural that we'll try to glean and find something feminist in her writings. I'll be doing something else. I'll be arguing that it's in her indomitable style that the rich vein of feminism resides. Her style, which was very bodily infused, as we will see, and to that style adjacent portrayals of bodily, of everyone in a bodily light. Now, in doing so, of course, I will be taking cue from Hélène Cixous and her seminal conception of feminine writing as one thoroughly marked by the bodily, and she advocates in her famous essay, The Laugh of the Medusa, that women shouldn't feel bad about speaking anymore. They should throw themselves out there and speak out loud and write out loud with their own bodies and completely. Now, this kind of writing, which she calls female or feminine, must be written through women's bodies, must embrace in language long suppressed materiality to really count as female writing. Of course, when you put it like this in few short sentences, it may appear that her brand of feminism is hopelessly essentialist and essentializing, but that's not true. In fact, when she signals out famously 3 authors in France at the time that were writing according to her in feminine style, that's Colette, Marguerite Duras, and Jean Genet. So it's obvious that it's not biological sex which determines the femininity of writing. It's taking up themes and stylistic approaches that were previously dismissed out of hand as irrelevant, inappropriate, and so on. Still, another criticism that was often leveled at Cixous, and that could be repeated here once again, is that she radically reevaluates, nonetheless, but still nonetheless accepts imposed ideas about what women are and the fact that they are much more determined by bodily, Freud's famous biology is destiny and all of that, which for some reason means much more for women than for men, even in his conception. But let's leave that aside for a second. Now, I don't think that's true. And one of the reasons why is, for example, when Cixous says that most female writers don't write feminine texts, writing in a way which is indistinguishable from male writing, she says that they end up doing so, not being different from men, by either obscuring women or reproducing the classical representations of women as sensitive, intuitive, dreamy, etc. So she's not saying that we should simply, even though it may appear so in her style, that we don't have to say that women write through body because they're more determined by bodily or something like that. No, she just doesn't leave anything to men simply, including the body, embraces the body and says that women should ally, band together with other concepts, binary oppositions like mind, body, light, dark, spirit, matter, etc., on which the culture built its sense of worth. So she's not saying that reason is male. She's just saying that we need to use our reason and our body, our resources, to claim all the other denigrated concepts that culture often puts aside. Now, rallying for and delving in the misunderstood and maligned is the preserver of genuine feminine text. And though it may seem like falling into the trap of internalizing stereotypes, if feminine writing is marked by great focus on corporeality, it is in reality unreasonable and dead wrong to begin with this separation of mind and body. And to give just one pertinent example for our talk today, we have the fact that language is often thought as the realm of spirit and culture, divorced from body, but as cognitive neuroscience and other fields have shown repeatedly, our languages are to such extent embedded in our corporeality that to begin with this kind of opposition is completely wrong. And Cixous, even before those findings, would argued something similar, and it's especially her phrase body words, which I found very useful. It's very revealing to think about things like body words, and it's very rewarding entry point for text analysis. Specifically for these texts, I'll be talking about The Mirror and the Light here, but for all 3 novels, definitely. Now, what would body words be? They're not simply, though they are words denoting something corporeal, but they are words so used as to expose the weight of physicality which has been covered up, or to point out the bodily origin of something seemingly divorced from it. There are words exposing that we are all flesh, while also speaking to the fact that only women, historically speaking, got fixed in it and solely perceived through that prism. And it was, after all, traditionally put on women to shoulder blame for the horror unavoidable to a soul of being vulnerable, needy, dependent, of being material in the first place. Now, feminine writing is attentive to the burden a body can be, but it also insists on it as our exclusive avenue for everything, either good or ill, that we can experience or be. And now, in light of these considerations of the bodily, I would like to reframe the English Reformation, which is the most important background, and not only background, but in the foreground of the novels as well. Most important thing happening in these novels, political, theological think about English Reformation. I would like to two principal enemies there: Pope, Church, Catholic Church, and all different sorts of Reformationists. I would like to describe them now as as a fight between two different types of materialism. Obviously, there are idealists, there are Catholic and Protestant theologies, but nonetheless, you'll see why I'm talking here about two different materialisms. First, materialism of the Protestants. Cromwell himself is very financially minded individual, as well as a humanist, reformationist, and all of that. And when he thinks about why he's certain that his work about Reformation that he and his like-minded friends have done will be secure even after Henry dies, he says the following. I mean, he thinks to himself the following, quote, "Once the lands are given out, no subject will want to give them back to church. Prayers may be rewritten, but not leases. Hearts may revert to Rome, but the money never will." Nice little echo with Brexit that happened while Hillary was writing the third novel about all the money that the EU is stealing from us from the UK perspective, and that we'll now get back and we'll have flourishing NHS. But for some reason, that's not happening. Things are even worse. Nonetheless, now we have this type of materialism, which is common sense materialism, as in Protestants that marshal their common sense, business acumen, things like that, to marshal and counteract the other type of materialism. And the other type is the decadency of Catholic Church with its opulent buildings and arts, its obsession with the Word made flesh, with relics, with transubstantiation and other tangible proofs of God's bodily presence. Now, I'll pause here for a second just to yeah, there's enough time. I'll pause here for a second just to say a few words first about body word. When Hélène Sixou mentions body word, she's just saying that, but obviously there's a very clear echo of the Gospel of John, in which Jesus is described as Logos, the Word made flesh, Logos and Sarkos. Now that's the first DOG body word, would be Jesus in that conception. The second thing about transubstantiation, today, that's the doctrine according to which in Eucharist the blood and body of Christ is physically, for real, actually present for some reason, somehow miraculously. Now, transubstantiation is something that we today relate to Catholic Church almost exclusively, but Protestantism took some time to distance itself from it. So there's a very interesting thing that happens in the Mirror and the Light. John Lambert, one of the bishops, gets burned on the stake for denying transubstantiation. And that's happening when Henry has already severed his tie with Catholic Church, where he already became the ruler of the English Church and stuff like that. So even Martin Luther, for example, didn't go away from transubstantiation that much. So that's something that took time to happen, that kind of chasm to really appear there. It didn't happen instantaneously. So yes, that's one of the ways in which body word of Christ is made very clear, very, very important. Now, in the Mirror and the Light, we witness the process of the dissolution of monasteries and introduction of Protestant iconoclasm. And that's what was happening in the background. And Cromwell, as we said, he's a humanist. He's one of the most ardent reformationists. And what he wants to do is to, quote, draw out the living God from his false depictions. Now, Cromwell abhors the priest dwindling the poor with the supposedly sacred objects and wishes to break the shrines and found schools. He wants for the faithful to, quote, cherish their savior in their inner heart, instead of gawping at him painted above their heads like a swimming in sign, end of quote. Now, his ideas, though progressive in his wish to have mass be held, be told in the vernacular, in the language that people can actually understand, nevertheless fits, as we can see, all the more easily into the traditional pitting of cerebral as against corporeal. But Mantel's feminine text, as I describe it, definitely doesn't subscribe to that point of view. Instead, she does something quite amazing. She uses the fact that, as I've said, it's all through his point of view, Cromwell's. She uses the fact that he's very mad at all these different depictions of Christ, and he wants to abolish them all, as I said, Protestant iconoclasm. And then he thinks following. First, I have to apologize before I read this out. It's a problematic language, though it's very beautifully phrased, but just so you know where I'm coming from. I do not condone it, obviously. Now, Cromwell thinks he wishes for there to be no more, quote, simpering virgin saints with their green sick faces. He's thinking about a pictorial depiction, and this is the crucial part for my presentation. He doesn't want to see anymore Christ with the wound in his side gaping like a horse gash. Now, this is the crucial thing and why I'm talking about body words. I'll repeat one more time, I'm sorry. Christ with the wound in his side gaping like a horse gash. Now, gash principal meaning of it is a long, deep cut or a wound, but it also means female genitalia, as well as being an offensive name for women in general, considered in sexual terms only. Now, this gash is now placed in his mind with the wounds on Christ's body. Now, this part of the sentence does something I think quite new. As much as that's possible with this subject matter. It depicts the Passion of Christ, and at least it adds in certain way a completely new dimension to it and to its interpretations. And I'll try to show in what sense, at least for me. Now, Cromwell, obviously, as a character, means this only as a well-placed insult at the expense of the pompous and gore-obsessed Catholic Church. But Mantel, the author, says so much more. If we just pause for a second and think about her exquisite sentence and 12 body words that compose it, 12 as in 12 disciples. Of course, it's by accident, but still, it's a nice thing to think about. Anyway, painters of the crucifixion of Christ traditionally painted him in a very gory way to show to us through how much harm he had to go through, how much suffering he had to endure for us to be saved and stuff like that. So that's what lies behind it. That's why these wounds are so visceral, so captivating, and why they can be described, or why he can connect them in his mind to something so profane as would be body parts of prostitutes. Now, what this does, I think, at least by my lights, by what I think, how this can be read, is likening the holy wounds of the most exalted body, indeed, of the Word made flesh, of the body Word in a sense, of the most exalted body possible, a God who had to come down to us, become flesh for us to be saved, likening these holy wounds from him to routinely abused and demeaned body parts of prostitutes, who always formed one of the society's most hated and attacked groups, was, I think, a stroke of genius. By linking the physical state of women forced into selling their bodies to men, she subversely inscribed into the Son of God something which he definitely wouldn't be able to, even though there's stories about him hanging out with prostitutes and stuff like that. We can say, at least a tradition that we have him, he's someone who, given that he had a virgin as a mother, wouldn't even deign to pass the birth canal if the hymen didn't wait at the other side of it. So by those lights, connecting him to the prostitutes and his wound to the prostitute's body, I think was something quite provocative and quite good. And in that one image, in these 12 words, of course, there are many other examples in Mantel's writing of body words that it's chock full of them, actually, but I wanted to focus on just one very notable example, and in the written work, I'll be able to expand much more. Anyway, what she does, I think, is inscribing the whole long history of violent repression of women, regrettably still far from long past, and insinuating onto the figure who was the founder, or at least served as a catalyst, for the religion whose members in time became one of the most vicious perpetrators of what Sixu, along with other feminists, called genocide, as in gynecologist, and genocide. So yes, I think that was brilliance of her, that's truly feminist dimension in her writing, in something, in a time and place, as we said, which wasn't favorable to women in any sense. And she didn't even try to write from female perspective or something like that. I think she didn't have to. It was enough to use words in manner that she used them, even though her principal character, through his consciousness we get everything, she still managed to insinuate these quite powerful thoughts, I would say. So that's what I wanted to very quickly and very briefly bring out here for the presentation. And as I said, I think it can only get better, I hope, in written form, but we'll see. Words can always betray you and surprise you. Thank you. I'll manage.
Thank you very much, Ante. We will certainly discuss it later, but now we will continue with next presentation. It's my pleasure to introduce Andrea Angelinic from University of Zagreb. Andrea is also doctoral student of literary studies, and she will talk about friendship, hope, and communication during second wave and post-feminism based on two novels. Andrea, the Caponeo floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me today. I would like to today try to outline the scope of my research of two novels, Between Friends by Gillian Hanscombe and Conversations with Friends by Sally Rooney. It is in no means an in-depth analysis as our format is limited, but my intent is to sketch out the reading focused on subjects such as friendship, hope, and communication, as well as the implications of the treatment of these subjects in these two politically and literally diverse novels. To better my understanding of policies endorsed and criticized by characters in these novels, I will be referring to different theories of second wave radical feminism and those of post-feminism, and my understanding of the positions, motivations, and the conditioning shaping these characters, their choices, and their preferred methods of communication. My interpretation of these texts will be endorsed by references to the connection between changing feminist ideas and changing political and economic situations. It will be my goal to show how these three themes, friendship, hope, and communication, function and relate to one another, as well as how specific types of writing and communicating establish links to specific social and historical contexts. So I would like to first start out with the novel Between Friends, which is a 1982 epistolary novel that focuses on four women, Meg, Frances, Jane, and Amy, who engage in lively conversation about their day-to-day life and relationships, as well as an even livelier debate about feminism, which is the central topic of all of their letters. The reader witnesses their relationships forming, evolving, and dissolving during the course of the novel, mostly due to their different relations to feminism and the consequences those relations have on their life choices. Although radical feminism of the feminisms of the second wave differ in terms of understanding womanhood, social inequality, means and goals of social change, they agree that radical social change is necessary in order to ever build a just society. Ideas that emerged during this period that today seem rather simplistic and even laughable, such as lesbian separatism, political lesbianism, and the abandonment of all men, including children, serve as an indicator on how second-wave feminism believed in the possibility of revolutionary change for all, even if it didn't always know what that change would look like. Three characters in the novel Between Friends, Meg, Amy, and Jane, embody different branches of radical feminism of the second wave. While characters in Hanscombe's novel really do function as source of representatives for their own different types of feminist ideas of the second wave, I would like to focus now on how the ideas and the worldview they stand for are shaped in relation to the social and historical context they appear in. Friends exchange lengthy letters documenting not just their different stances on social justice, but also their fervor and enthusiasm with which they approach social change. They are not only women theorizing feminism, they are also women living it, each in their own way. Meg lives in a homosexual partnership and has a child conceived via IVF, a method she has become sort of an expert in, and she uses this expertise to fertilize other women, mostly lesbians. Amy and her husband Tim practice sex without penetration, both convinced penetration is a practice that enforces male dominance over women. Tim is a reformed sexist, part of a male anti-sexist group, unlearning behaviors that ensure the unjust treatment men have of women. And lastly, Jane. She's a divorced political lesbian living in a self-sufficient lesbian community whose activity focuses on various modes of organizing to educate and politicize women. They all believe in the revolution. They talk of it, write of it, dedicate their lives to it, although with different intensities. Their personal lives reflect their politics. They exclude men, they contribute to the improvement of the lives of women, they seek not only to educate others, but to educate themselves, always posing and answering questions, always intellectually as well as emotionally curious. They come up with grand ideas and plans to execute them. They move into a house to live together, forming their own little community which fosters the ideals of second-wave radical feminism. They plan and organize a big protest against marriage with thousands of women and some men burning their marriage certificates and divorce papers, as they all believe end of marriage will be the end to a certain kind of oppression. They converse, but they also act, choosing to strongly believe in the power of feminism to change the world, to bring about the revolution. This utopian sentiment characterizes the radical feminism of the second wave, and it correlates ideologically with modernism, such as Jameson describes it, and its belief in progress and one of the big meta-narratives of our world. Radical feminism of the second wave had not yet abandoned meta-narratives, unlike so-called post-feminism. Author Barbara Creed, in her study From Here to Modernity, Feminism and Postmodernism, says, quote, whereas feminism would attempt to explain that crisis of legitimation that Lyotard has described in terms of the workings of patriarchal ideology and the oppression of women and other minority groups, postmodernism looks to other possible causes, particularly the West's reliance on ideologies which posit universal truths, humanism, history, religion, progress, etc. While feminism would argue that the common ideological position of all these truths is that they are patriarchal, postmodern theory would be reluctant to isolate a single major determining factor. This shift between modernism and postmodernism, between the insistence of a single meta-narrative and the awareness of their multiplicity, precedes and explains to a degree changes in feminist theories. Rosalind Gill, a theorist of post-feminism, a term used to describe the plurality and oftentimes contradictory views on feminism in contemporary Western society, qualifies it not as a movement or a theory, but as a sensibility adjacent to neoliberalism, which dictates it. According to Gill, the principles of neoliberalism, most of all the fetishization of individuality and individual responsibility, have impacted mainstream feminism, given it the shape it has today. This results in passiveness that characterizes our political climate. Hope is scarce in a world fixated on personal responsibility and psychology, and with all grand narratives abandoned, with big social movements, such as the civil rights movement in the US and the protests of the '68 in Europe, and the social charge they brought about faded, the utopian world of the second wave feminism seems today not only distant and impossible, but, as I said, laughable. This is the climate, or the sensibility, characterizing Sally Rooney's 2017 novel, Conversations with Friends. The novel's main character and narrator, Frances, is a student, a poet, a Marxist, as some characters in the novel claim, but is she a feminist? Although the characters in the novel, which some interpret as typically millennial and influenced by the internet, never miss a chance to label themselves as this or that, Frances, nor any other characters, doesn't label herself as feminist. This is not to say they don't share feminist ideas. They touch upon different feminist topics, and Frances does disclose she's a part of a feminist university group, but the idea of labeling oneself a feminist seems somehow reductive to these characters. It seems as though it is implied, given their opinions and comments, they are all feminists, but there seems to be no need to proclaim one's feminism or ponder the revolution. There is no enthusiasm about social change, no big ideas being thrown around in conversation. The characters touch upon political subjects all the time, but they do so in a detached, almost ironic kind of way, reluctant to adhere to any narrative, embracing only their skeptical logic. More comfortable with critique than endorsement is how Frances describes her attitude towards political issues, capturing the dominant sensibility of her generation. She has no hope or grand plans for her future, and she notes, quote, I had no plans as to my future financial sustainability. I never wanted to earn money for doing anything. I certainly never fantasized about a radiant future where I was paid to perform an economic role. End quote. She is indifferent to money as long as her primary needs are met, and she claims her disinterest in wealth is, quote, ideologically healthy, unquote. Francis, as well as other characters in the novel, Bobby, Nick, and Melissa, all seem to be painfully aware of their social context and injustices that arise from them, but they show no intent on changing their social situations and no set of political beliefs that would compel them to believe in meaningful social change. The narrator never delves into details of their conversations. All their remarks remain on surface level, always presented matter-of-factly. Their discussions are mostly ended with ironic comments, which poses them at a safe distance from the matter they are discussing. It seems their conversations and discussions serve not to learn from one another, but to humiliate one another intellectually, and thus socially, as they all coexist in a social environment that values intellectualism above all. Rooney's novel incorporates text messages and emails characters sent to one another. These messages range in topics from flirting to political discussions, but they are always only brief and passing, often witty one-liners that serve mostly Frances's need to have control over her own image. This is an observation made in the study Narratives of the Unspoken in Contemporary Irish Fiction by José Carregal-Romer, and it connects to the neoliberal and post-feminist imperative of self-surveillance and control Jill claims people have internalized as to better fit their role in the world of late capitalism. Frances's unwillingness to participate in oral discussions, where she is almost always quiet, but listens closely as her friend Bobby defends her points, which are, one presumes, shared, and her over-eager analysis of text messages between her and Nick and her and Bobby contributes to the conclusion she is far more preoccupied with maintaining a certain image, that of a smart, educated person, a poet, a good writer, than with actually discussing social or philosophical issues. This insistence of self-surveillance and self-image control makes Frances a post-feminist subject. This is also the difference between Rooney's and Hanscope's conversations. Rooney uses them as an insight into the character's fears and compulsions, whereas Hanscope uses conversations as a way of forming character connections. The latter, Hanscope's characters write to one another, the effort that goes into them, the passion they display towards one another, as well as for the topics they argue, are carefully written, detailed, and long. They exhibit continuity, which is in line with the ideas they argue and support. The idea that it is worth explaining oneself, proving your points to others, writing another letter when one remains unanswered, going above and beyond to get through to someone. This is the idea even feminists have not been nurturing enough lately. This is the idea we have abandoned in the era of post-feminism, where we are sometimes too alienated from one another and too concerned with self-image to even engage in meaningful, potentially fruitful conversations. Epistolary form Hanscope uses is also a traditionally female mode of writing, one belonging to the intimate sphere, one focusing on emotions, one that does not regulate streams of thought but encourages it. For it is exactly this kind of seemingly free-flowing thinking and sharing that is most beneficial to the emergence of new ideas. It is exactly via letters, as Margareta Jolly concludes in her 2008 study In Love and Struggle, Letters in Contemporary Feminism, that feminists exchanged ideas and formed bonds with one another. The exchanging of letters between four friends makes this text a space where dialogue and communication becomes not only a possibility, but a necessity in order to continue believing in and bringing about social change. If there is space for dialogue, there is space for hope. And hope is something radical feminism of the second wave harnessed in abundance. On the other hand, Rooney's choice to incorporate only short text and emails into the narrative of conversations with friends functions as proof of the protagonist's inability and fear of communication that some studies have interpreted as a fear of vulnerability that prevents her from connecting to others. I would argue this inconsistency shows not only a fear of vulnerability, but can, rather than focusing only on the psychological layer of the text, be interpreted as societally and, more importantly, economically conditioned. The discontinuity and inconsistency of digital and other communication between Frances and the other characters in the novel reflects the uncertainty and aimlessness between that characterizes her pursuit for love, social success, and economic stability in a neoliberal society of the 21st century. It is, I mean to say, not only the content of the messages, but also the method of communication she adopts that indicate the kind of relationship Frances has to hope and to friendship. Capitalism harnesses love for profit, Frances states in one of her messages to Bobby, arguing that human connections have as such become commodified in ways that alienate people from one another. This alienation is not something that can be negotiated within the boundaries of traditional relationships. So instead of discussing it, as Hanscope's characters most likely would, Frances and Bobby cut their conversation short after Frances's claim she is, quote, anti-love as such, end quote, and Bobby's retort, she can just say she is anti-things. This shows an unwillingness to discuss and a tendency to proclaim, a trait supporting further alienization of these characters, even if the impulse to rethink conventional relationships is one they share. The discontinuity of the written communication in the novel then reflects Frances's ambivalent stance on love, or human connection, in the age of late capitalism. She indulges in communication but cuts it off abruptly, often replying to messages briefly and late. She is insistent on forming bonds with others, but cuts them off when she deems herself in an emotionally or economically vulnerable position. She seeks for herself and her friendship a terrain that would enable, in lack of a better word, equality, a shared vulnerability possible only under conditions that relate as little as possible to predetermined gender roles, class hierarchies, and heteronormative practices imposed by mainstream society. This becomes possible towards the end of the novel as Frances not only chooses to express herself emotionally, but also becomes more economically independent and takes control of her own poetic voice by publishing her work. The textual choice to have the final chapter of the novel narrated through a phone call and not a message then serves as a signal of this ambivalence between the simultaneous desire for human contact and alienation being resolved in favor of communicating. The final words of the novel, "Come and get me," I said, emphasize this choice. Frances, as well as the text itself, chooses to converse and participate rather to alienate, for the implications of the latter are far bleaker. They leave one at mercy of the neoliberal self and its surveillance. Hope and friendship go hand in hand for Hanscope's characters, who serve as literary proof personal is political. Their personal friendships shape their political beliefs, forming them into a community fueled by hope for a better world for all women. This utopian sentiment falls flat in 2017 and today, but friendship is still in a sort of kinship with hope. It is exactly through friendship and other kinds of close interpersonal relationship that the protagonist of the novel, Conversations with Friends, reveals the value of life. Often read as a Bildungsroman, exactly for this reason, Conversations with Friends, just as Between Friends, finds hope in community. Both of these novels are focused on reinterpreting traditional communities and relationships. Hanscope's, through a utopian, somewhat separatist lens of starting new communities unburdened with patriarchal relationships that defined our society, and Rooney's through a rethinking of monogamy and of conventional boundaries between friendship and romance, such as it is defined in our society. Both of these novels question what it means to communicate, to converse, what it means to be vulnerable among those whose love and respect we seek, and what it means to be political in different historical contexts. The at times overbearing intensity of Between Friends is juxtaposition to the cold irony of Conversations with Friends, the former's wordy letter correspondence to the latter's brief and discontinued messages, signaling a shift in the way we communicate, but not in what drives us to converse and to connect to each other. The necessity of human contact seems to incite both of these modes of communications, in spite of the ways values, social positions, and the historical moment has changed. Thank you. Ja sam htjela o tome.
Okay, thank you very much. Ante will join us also, and we can start with our discussion with comments, questions, and all the possible combination of these two ones. Please, we can start. And Mike is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you both for very intriguing presentations. I wanted to ask Ante whether the other body words that can be detected throughout the novel, because you chose just one, are they all, or did I perhaps miss something connected with this transgression of piety versus, for instance, Christian bodies or Christian images, or are they perhaps transgressive in any other way?
Yeah. No, they're not all transgressive in this sense. For example, other example very good is Cromwell wears a satin, purple something, before he became a lord, which is something he shouldn't have done. And one of the women in Anne Boleyn's retinue call him traveling bruise because of it, how it looks. And that's body word par excellence, but it's incredible encapsulation of his life, because we begin the novel all the way with Woolf, with him getting beaten almost to death by his father because he killed someone else, but nonetheless, I mean Cromwell. And gash is automatically mentioned as well as bruises and everything else. And then we have this insult. Again, through insults, many things happen through insults. Traveling bruise is a very good way to describe him, Cromwell, and everything he's gone through. And then final dramatic irony when Cromwell ends up in the tower before he gets killed, because even he gets killed, and Henry later recounts and says, "Oh, I shouldn't have done that. He was my best man," and he was. But still, one of the Dukes of Norfolk or someone like that, asks him, "Is it true that you were seen wearing this and that, this doublet of purple color?" And he doesn't smile. Cromwell thinks to himself, because he knows where that's heading. It's heading to them saying, "You rose higher than you were allowed to. You were not within prescribed roles." And he definitely wasn't, because of his meteoric rise, despite his common origin. So that's very interesting. It's just one insult. You can maybe, if you don't look through the lens of body words and stuff like that, you can completely pass it by. And still, in that two words, so many things of the novel are said. So in that sense, it's not all transgressive, though there's a lot of transgressive things, because they're all obsessed with Christ. That was their main text. Obviously, even to this day, it still remains, but in their time especially. And that's the time when for the first time we have Bibles printed. And that's one of the things that get like contraband there in England as well. And they're reading it clandestinely, Tyndall's, or however he's pronounced, his first translation and stuff like that. So it's all about those things. But these body words, I think they tell quite a lot. So I'll explore it more. But yeah.
Do you have any kind of cartography?
Not yet, but there we'll see. We'll see if things happen. But when it comes to cartography, it's interesting again because of parallels with Brexit and stuff like that. Because the idea is that allowed England to sever its ties with continental Europe the most decisively, were European ideas. I mean, of North Europe, but still, it's quite interesting how she plays with all these different.
It will open up this political perspective even more. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the question. We can continue. Zvonimir?
Perhaps just we'll see where will it take us. No, it's just a short, perhaps follow-up on this question, but rather banal follow-up. Wouldn't you say that this focus on visceral, bodily, and so on is, in some paradoxical sense, more Catholic?
That's what I was trying to spell out. It is, and of course it is in this sense. Because yeah, that was I took Badiou's talk about two materialism, because Badiou says today we don't have any idealism by itself. We had democratic and radical materialism and the fight between those two materialisms. And by analogy to that, I recast the Protestants versus Catholics in this sense, because Protestants are materialistic in everyday sense, capitalistic, materialistic, proto-capitalism, but still. And Catholics are materialistic in this idealistic sense of the transubstantiation and stuff like that. And Mantel herself was Catholic, raised in that environment. So yes, in that sense, it definitely is. And the Gospel of John with the word became flesh, that's as Catholic as it gets. But I think that, and I'll get into that, I hope, in the text, but when they try to say later on, even radical atheists, for example, Zizek, when they read Christ as someone who completely subverts everything that we had before, that's true in a sense theologically, but the reasons for that are historical, because he was apocalyptic prophet who didn't know that he's going to die, then he died, then his disciples didn't know how to make sense of it, and that's why his embodiment became so important. But that's not because they were ingenious in their theology. It happened by accident, but the results are very, very interesting and very subversive. But again, not because of theological import, I stress that, but because stuff simply happened, and that's why they had no way to circumvent it. Gnostics tried to circumvent the embodiment. It was one of the great stumbling blocks, as I think Saint Paul says, they cannot accept that he was made flesh. But the only reason why you're so comfortable with the fact that he was flesh was only because he actually lived and you chose afterwards to believe in him as a Messiah and all of that. If he didn't, nothing in theology, in Catholic theology per se, would allow this investment of something important to materialism, if it weren't for that fact that it accidentally happened.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's so much a difference between Catholic and Protestant theology, more between Catholic and Protestant broader cultural background. Yeah. But even this fascination with wounds, with bodily, that you interestingly connected with of course Gothical depictions of Christ are distinctively Catholic.
Thank you, Zvonimir. Nenad is coming and preparing for a question, and Mark, as someone mentioned, Badiou, but we can discuss it about it later. I do have a question for Ante and also Andrea, but maybe to start with Ante. As you said, you refuse to talk about genre of historical fiction, of historical novel, or just talk about 2 minutes, or can you say something more now? Maybe how this, I'm not a specialist in the field, but I wonder how this trilogy fits into the tradition of historical novel or intervenes into it.
It's not postmodernist. I mentioned Linda Hutchins. It's not playing with different sources and stuff like that. That was historiographic metafiction. It's not playing on the fact that things are already written and then what's the difference between history as narrative and literary text as narrative. It's not playing with that. So in that sense, it's not as progressive maybe, but its modernistic sensibilities are to do with the fact that it's all told in present time, in present tense, which is something to some extent unusual. Yeah, it's not too unusual, I won't say too much, but in reception it is continuing being said, oh, that this is something new, at least for Anglophone sphere to some extent, at least how she did it. It was really something quite, as I said, quite vivid. It managed to get across the urgency, which is hard to maybe do with. In that sense, it's somewhat new for historical fiction, and I would definitely say that it's much more progressive than many other historical fictions tend to be. But again, saying only as a genre, as for example, I thought about Philippa Gregory and stuff like that. But that's maybe not so. I didn't read enough to be able to pass authoritative judgment or anything. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you. I don't have a question about Badiou, I'm afraid. The question's for Andrea about conversations with friends. It's been some time since I read the novel, but what I recall is depression. The novel, so we're in 1982, we can imagine the possibility of utopic or utopian futures in which the world can be remade. The Conversations with Friends that takes place in 2007 takes place against a horizon in which there is no future, in which the end is nigh. Climate destroys the very possibility of even thinking about an imagined utopia, whether in gender or other terms. So I just wondered if that was your reading of the novel as well, in the characters Francis and Nick in particular, who seem lost, hopeless, don't have a place to go. So it's almost conversations that go nowhere, as opposed to conversations that open a future.
Yes, that was one of my points. Even Bobby, the character in the novel, makes this comment in one of their brief discussions that says that depression is a product of capitalism of the 21st century, and as such, she does not go into depth about this comment because that is how discussions work in conversations with friends. But I definitely agree that this can be seen in the characters of Francis and Nick. But what I was trying to prove and what is important to me to state once again is that even though Francis is someone who is lost, who is economically in a precarious position, someone who does not see a bright future for herself in any way. By the end of the novel, she does find some comfort and consolation in the concept of a community with those friends she converses with, as she says later on in the novel, when she was sick in the bathtub and she heard Bobby and Nick talk about her disease, in the hallway she says, "You are my family now." And at the end of the novel, where she kind of rearranges her relationship with Bobby to a certain kind of friendship with sexual and romantic connotations, but not exclusively defined as a relationships, and she also has this conversation on the phone with Nick where she says, "Come and get me." I have interpreted that as a kind of her power at the end to reconfigure actually those relationships that have traditionally been impacted by class differences between her and Bobby and her and Nick, by gender differences, by age differences, to reinterpret them in a way that would make them that would give her the possibility to feel vulnerable with those people and to form bonds with them in spite of all this depression, in spite of the world collapsing, so to say. In a way, and this is what I have found to connect these novels, even though they approach life and they approach relationships and community in completely different ways, both at the end find solace in community and in redefining conventional relationships.
Thank you very much. We can continue with discussion. Andrea, maybe I can try to ask one question. I'm really not specialist in the field, and I will try to pose one generic question. You talk about social changes, second wave, post-feminism, neoliberalism, and political, social context, etc. And now comes a generic part. What about changes within a novel? As a genre, your first book is from 1980s in traditional Bildungsroman, and second one is recent one. So is it playing any role for your analysis? Maybe.
Definitely. I have tried to touch upon this and to kind of, I guess, put into focus that this Handscope's conversations between friends is a literary, epistolary novel that really offers the reader some sort of continuity, some sort of logic, that every question gets answered in a kind of way that sometimes can seem even over simplified, whereas Rooney has a different type of style in regards to these brief messages, these brief passing conversations, witty, ironic one-liners that often do not serve to kind of broaden the framework of the discussion of the topic they're discussing, even if those topics are really serious, but instead just functions as some kind of I have deemed it some kind of a way for characters to actually have some social capital in this little circle of theirs that values intellectualism. So I think this is a really important shift. We have an epistolary novel that shows very detailed letters discussing topics such as feminism and the future of the world. And then in Rooney, we don't have this sort of continuity, this sort of insistence on details, on dwelling upon philosophical or political topics of our time. And it shows to me some kind of rejection to believe, actually, that configuration of a better future, the rethinking of a better future is actually possible.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments? Mirela, Yasmina, you're thinking what to ask. No, I'm.
For this workshop, I'm not promising anything for the future with that strategy. It's not actually for Andrea connected with the analysis of the novels, but this maybe approach to the feminist field through the logic of waves, because this is like a very contrasting approach to that field. Are there maybe some kind of ways of looking at the tendencies in the field besides this logic of waves, and forming a kind of cluster that would be second wave, third wave, then radical, then this term of post-feminism and this age of post-feminism? Are we really living in an age of post-feminism, or is it more of some kind of conservative way of trying to annihilate really live feminist thought that is still current?
Mm-hmm. Well, I agree with that, and Jill, the theoretician, if you will, of post-feminism also agrees with that. That is, she uses the term as sort of a crutch, as to say the time we live in is pluralistic in a way we might have not experienced before, or we have not been able to describe before. So no term can function as such to explain the complexity of what goes on in the media, for example, because she's mainly deals with pop culture and media. So that's why she insists on calling it a sensibility, and not a wave or a theory of feminism or idea of feminism, which I think is important to distinguish that even in the second wave, if we take the term, there are so many different and so many radically different, if you will, understandings of feminisms that can be very loosely grouped together. So I think it's important, and I think actually that's what Jill does to a degree, to always use these terms with a kind of I won't say irony, but I will say detachment. Yes, of course. Thank you. A detachment, and to be careful when we attach a certain term to a certain situation. But also, this was a format that's quite limiting. So I have not really been able to kind of approach that theoretical part of it, as much as I would have liked. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes to discuss terms, labels, and other open questions.
It's a kind of follow-up. It's actually very interesting that one of the possible distinctions between first and second and the third wave was that feminists in the second wave basically did not have education, which is in the field of feminism or gender studies, or that there were no courses, it was not part of academia. And the third wave feminists came out of academia, did have this academic background. So that's one way to distinguish that, some argue for that. I wonder, and then when we were talking transnational literature, Slavin and I afterwards, Slavin emphasized that a lot of transnational writers are self-conscious in the way postmodern writers were. They were writing transnational texts while thinking transnationalism, as postmodern writers did the same. Did write postmodern text while kind of creating theory all along. If this division between second and third wave feminism works, if you see that it is relevant, is it then reflected in literary texts that you are talking about? Did you think about that? That would be my question.
The question is that I think about this educational aspect of. I understand. Well, I think Rooney's writing definitely shows this kind of education, not just about feminism, but about philosophy and politics, and about various theories regarding to social change and social justice. So I think that's clear in the text due to the way characters phrase their opinions and their proclamations, and the Hanscope's novel serves more as I would say as a text that sort of educates. So I think that this part, the education, the kind of fervor with which these women that converse within the text educate one another and seek education from the other women, shows exactly this, that the formal kinds of education were not approachable for women then, and for those women who organized themselves and relied on pamphlets that they wrote and distributed amongst one another. So Rooney's is more of an institutionalized somewhat approach, an intellectualized approach to these topics, while Hanscope, I would argue, really relies on on female organizing and the way they formed bonds to educate one another, let's say. Thank you.
And Mark?
For Ante, I haven't read the novels, okay? So I know I should have. I know this is terrible. People... I'm not Tommy. Yeah. But I wanted to ask a question about body words, Catholicism and Protestantism. Thinking of a future politics or a politics that perhaps is already at play. And now I'm going to say things that we were speaking about last night, myself and Zorica, but we'd had a few drinks, so we were probably much more clear. If in the Catholic tradition, it's impossible to for the body itself not to be an object. So body words imply that, as you said, the distinction between subject and object begins to fall apart. It seems to me that that points to a politics, to a different form of politics, not, of course, that replicates Catholicism, but that opens up a different way of understanding our relations to ourselves and to others. And it seems to me that what you're presenting is a deep-seated critique of a certain version of Protestantism and the reinvocation of Catholicism as the basis for a post-socialist politics. Or is that too strong?
Anything which associates me positively with Catholicism, I have problems with, but then again, psychoanalytically speaking, given that I come from that background, I understand that it still haunts me, maybe unwittingly still. I think that, as I said, the good thing that happens with Christ as a figurehead of a religion is the fact that he didn't know that he will become a god. He didn't intend to be that. He intended to be classic apocalyptic prophet a la John the Baptist and others. There's the whole movement of historical Jesus trying to unearth it, and that's pretty well established. That seems to be the case as much as we can know. It is in the Bible, but there are so many different things in there, so they're trying to parse things and see what was later added. And this, the Gospel of John, is of course the last one that's canonical, and it's most theological. It's not synoptic, and it veers away as much as possible from the what actually happened. And that's the Gospel that has the Word made flesh and stuff like that. The first Gospel, the Gospel of Mark, we can see much more clearly that Jesus didn't expect to be killed, didn't know that he was the Son of God. He just thought that he was preaching, not to the choir, that he was preaching to his fellow fishermen, not of soldiers, fishermen, poor people, and he said we need to repent, the end is nigh, and that's it. That's what happened with Judaism 2 to 3 centuries before him, with Babylonian servitude and everything, and they said, okay, we cannot believe anymore that Yahweh is on our side. Therefore, there's an evil in this world, we need to combat it, and then the Yahweh will come. In that sense, important and very interesting thing with Christ, he didn't know what will happen. He died, and then there are some contradictions, which later became very interesting and Hegelian. And that's why we can say the God died with Christ, and the only thing that we have of God is the Holy Spirit, not as any actual substantive, actual God and transcendence, but the only thing that we have is immanently here. We need to connect as a community as much as we can and change things through that lens. So if we call that Catholicism, okay, but given that Hegel himself was Protestant and proud of that background, we can maybe complicate things a bit more. So I do believe in this sense, almost Blaise Pascal, that you just need to do stuff, the faith will come later. So I believe in that kind of political organization. We cannot all be in the same frame of mind. We need to have material political things that will do things for us. And that's what I believe. That's why I think that we need to start with economy. That's why I think Marx is not just right, but the only way forward. But we'll get to that in some future sessions, I hope. But yeah, in that sense, okay, if we call that Catholicism, but it's definitely materialism, I agree. So yeah. Yeah, amen, yeah.
we will now close discussion. Thank you very much for your very interesting insights and comments and presentation.
Now, the last session, we have two presenters. the last, you know, it's Mirella. It was the polite thing to do. So Mirella, you have to be the concluding talk. But before that, our next speaker is Professor Mark Devaney he's a professor of critical theory and the director of CAPE, which is a Center for Applied Philosophy, Politics and Ethics at the University of Brighton. His research interests include continental philosophy, populism, radical politics, post-Marxism, deconstruction, and recently political novel. So he's the author of Ethics and Politics in Contemporary Theory, Between Critical Theory and Post-Marxism. And a recent book is his monograph Towards an Improper Politics. It was published in 2020. By Edinburgh University Press, and I think 3 books are coming. In theory, Avenir. But I think one edited volume dedicated to Mark's supervisor Ernesto Laclau. So I think it's coming next year, or yeah, okay. So Mark, please, the floor is yours. And also, Mark is the head of our Brighton team of Caponeo. This is the most important information. So,
thank you to Zorica, and it's great to be here. This is the first time I will present about this novel, The Opposite of a Person, by the Dutch novelist Lieke Marsman. I just want, before I speak, to note that in the top corner, there is something written. It says a novel, as if somehow the text has to performatively remark that it is in fact a novel. And I'll come back to that and explain why I think that's important as I talk. What I'm doing on this project, it's one of the books that I'm writing, I was first involved in the politics of literature when I was living in South Africa. And at the time, there was drawing on the socialist realist tradition. There was a very simple demand that was made on the novel, which was that the novel supported the political struggle, that in some sense, the novel had to narrate the struggle, give life to the working class, give life to subjects who had been destroyed by racial capitalism, and embody a future, imagine a possible future. This was the potentially utopian moment of socialist realism. But I stopped doing that work and turned to political philosophy. And I came back to this thinking how, when Zorica spoke to me about this project, how would I write or how would I think about the relationship between politics and fiction now? And over a period of 20 years, I've become convinced that in fact we live by a set of political fictions, and that those political fictions we take for granted, such as nationhoods, citizenship, gender. They are fictions that structure the ways in which we perceive, live in, and engage with the world. So it seemed to me slightly strange to be asked the question once again, forgive me, Zorica, for saying this, to be asked the question once again, how is it that the novel is political? It seemed to me the reverse, in fact, that the political is the site of a set of fictions, and the novel is that which undoes fiction. That there is something about the novel that in a sense turns on its head that old question that we were asked, and that suggested to me a different way of engaging. So what I have done is to engage with a set of fictions about which I feel passionate. They are fictions that made me change my world, made me think differently, see differently, but that also thematize the political fictions that we take for granted, that structure how we live, how we are in the world. I've dealt already with citizenship and nation, with sovereignty, with the idea of Europe, looking at a set of novels that put into question, for example, the very notion of Europe, the words in the cartography of the political novel in Europe. which I think is a very especially given that the word comes from the Lebanon and refers to a goddess that comes from the Middle East. But let's leave that aside. What this novel does is to thematize and ask about the political fiction that I will call gender. And I want to, first of all, upset people, because I'm going to give a very, very brief history of feminist politics, literally in 2 or 3 sentences, to try and characterize 2 distinct approaches to the politics of gender. Before I did that, though, I just wanted to note the translation. The title of the book is The Opposite of a Person. In Dutch, the title of the book is Het tegenovergestelde van een mens. And what that means is the opposite of a human, not the opposite of a person. So the English translator has made a distinct choice to add in person, and I'll come back to that later on. It's an important choice. In short, what I will argue is that this novel confronts contemporary debates in gender politics with object-oriented ontologies. Ontologies which refuse the subject-object distinction, which view any appeal to universal personhood or humanity or the idea of the person as complicit in a colonial politics of climate destruction, and that insist, and the novel insists, on the object nature of the human. And what that does is to make the primary narrator, a young queer woman living in the Netherlands, struggle with the demand that she identify as a person, which raises a set of questions for what a gender politics might look like in light of object-oriented ontologies. Or I say object, I mean, that's the academic bit. In light of climate change, in light of the fact that the human will, in all likelihood, no longer be shortly, and these questions will be irrelevant. So let me briefly begin by characterizing a history of the politics of gender. Please don't hit me around the head when I do this. Broadly speaking, I think feminist and queer politics in the 20th century comprise 2 overlapping narratives. And within those 2 narratives, there is an infinite range of positions, arguments, fights. So forgive the brutal policing that this argument does, that I will now do, but I hope the word overlapping will forgive me. There is first a politics that affirms, demands, that remakes our understanding, our socio-political practices that delimit what it is to be a woman. The point is not necessarily to put into question the binary, the distinction between male and female, but rather the demand is for an equality that, at least in the best analyses, remakes both sides of the binary without necessarily tearing the binary down. Such a politics departs from the simple fact that across the globe, it is women, largely poor women and racialized women, who experience the worst forms of violence, poverty, and exclusion from active and equal participation in socio-political life. Overlapping with, but distinct from these arguments, are a second group of scholars and activists who trouble the binary distinction between male and female, asking if the categories themselves police normative ways of being and cause pain. In this tradition, an over-reliance on the category of woman may itself be complicit in the reproduction of a heteronormative order that assigns from birth, in the words of Judith Butler, a gender, supposedly simply replicating a naturally given sex, that is then repeatedly affirmed and policed throughout life. But central to both of these traditions, these broadly construed narratives, is a refusal of objectification, the rejection of the male gaze, of the reduction of the female body to an object of trade, of commerce, of pornography, of the medical gaze, the instrumentalization of the female body. Broadly speaking, the argument is that women are not recognized as human subjects in the first tradition, that they should be recognized as such or reclaim as such. But for Butler and others, the question is whether or not the maintenance of the binary itself requires objectification. If one cannot become a person, because the binary polices what it is to be. Even if the causes and sources of such objectification are analyzed differently, both are committed to a refusal of such objectification. In another text, in Towards an Improper Politics, I've written a very slight critique of Butler, in which I argue that one of the conditions that Butler doesn't address is the ways in which the very possibilities of being are confounded and impounded by a set of spatial cartographies organized largely around property that police the very possibility of being proper bodies. So what I put into question is, what is the politics of the proper, and what would an improper politics mean for a future of a gender-based, some form of gender critique of the existing sets of relations, which I argue Butler doesn't deal with those material questions, and something she acknowledges, in fact, in her most recent book. My reading of Lieke Marsman's novel, The Opposite of a Person, compels me to return to these arguments, because Marsman troubles the broad distinctions I have drawn above. What happens if our politics, Marsman asks, is compelled, required indeed, to refuse the category of the person, the demand to be? What happens when we figure consciousness, reason, language as themselves material objects? What happens if the critique of objectification that grounds feminist struggles around the politics of gender in the name of a plural, diverse, yet inclusive human life is itself complicit in the destruction of the conditions of possibility for life? Most, though not all of the novel, is a first-person narrative told from the point of view of Ida, the lead character. Insofar as there is a story, it's simple. The novel traces Ida's love for a character by the name of Robin, whom she meets in Amsterdam at a party. Shortly afterwards, she applies for a job as an intern in Italy. She's a geographer, a human geographer, where she works on the destruction of a dam that is threatening to collapse. In the context, of course, in Italy, of 5 major dam disasters in the 20th century that killed thousands of people. At the point at which she falls in love, at which the question of what it is, who she is put into question, she departs. The novel ends, and if you want to read the novel, close your ears now. Although the narrative structure is not that important, the novel ends with Ida and Robin caught in a flood as the dam wall breaks before they are capable of putting the bomb in place that will destroy the dam. And the last line of the novel, more or less, is, then an airborne branch strikes Ida's head, and at last she loses, you could say, consciousness. As the English translator notes, the key phrase here is you could say. The you could say refers back to she loses and forward to consciousness. Because the question precisely that the novel asks is, what is it to be? Which is what the you could say does. That is the only point in the novel at which the first person narrator disappears. And we get this third person view. That is, if you accept it's a third person view, because in this case, humanity, this is a metaphor for the end of humanity. In one sense, humanity no longer exists. So we have the view from nowhere, the ironic view from nowhere in this case, because the classic view from nowhere was about the objectification of the world. In this case, the view from nowhere is the destruction and the end of the world, which of course it is as well. Ida is a strange narrator. As a child, she fantasizes about being a cucumber. She imagines herself as an oak table with the family next door laying out dinner on her flat top. If people are evil, she muses after she's listened to a radio broadcast about the war in Yugoslavia. If people are evil, she muses, she would rather not be a person. She declaims what it is to be a person. Ida is born in the late 1980s, lives in the suburbs of Netherlands, is extremely sensitive, neurologically atypical, queer, and she identifies as a woman. But as a child, she sleeps with a clay penis between her legs, wanting to be a boy, until it falls off and breaks. The penis is a broken object, a sly comment, perhaps, on Freud, Zizek, and the politics of penis envy. She, while with her partner Robin, she fantasizes about having a heteronormative family while masturbating. Her gender identity is fluid, indeterminate, and interestingly, she struggles to understand why anybody asks her what her gender identity is. In fact, she does not want to say, I am queer, I am lesbian, I am straight. Her identity is indeterminate. She views that question as itself part of the problem that her work on climate change has put into question. For Ida, the demand that she must be, that call into being, is precisely the problem. And if we can, for a moment, confuse the narrative voice with her personhood, we find a person that is fragmented, a person that is not a person. So whilst this novel tracks her life, a queer woman in Europe in the 2000s, struggling for a future with climate crisis on the horizon, what looks like narcissism is in fact a deep worry about the bounds of the subject, the bounds of the ego that demands equality in a context in which the very idea of what it is to be human has to be put into question. The horizon of possibility that the traditional novel configures has been stunted, or rather that narrative horizon is itself complicit in the problem. So the book also asks the question, how can we write a novel with a beginning, a middle, and an end, some type of story? How can we write a novel in the present in light of that? But the narrative voice is stranger still. Ida tells her story, but each of the two sections of the novel is interrupted by lengthy academic reflections on Descartes, on Naomi Klein, on gender, on desire, on the politics of lack, of psychoanalysis and metaphysics, but also with short narrative essays, with poetry. Anne Carson is the obvious reference point and is indeed referenced in the text. It is unclear if these interventions are in the voice of Ida, notably the quasi-academic essays, in which the distance between the narrative voice and the authorial voice is closed down. After all, in the academic presentation, we assume that the two go together, that what you say is what you mean, and that somehow those two can be held together. In this case, it doesn't happen. I've kind of run out of time, haven't I? Do I have time? Okay, a few more minutes. I won't take interesting. Late. Okay. Structurally, the novel comprises two parts. The first part is called Staying In, and the second part is called The Great Outdoors. Staying In, the first section, is about Ida coming to terms with the question of identity and struggling to adapt, to accept identity. The second part, The Great Outdoors, is when she goes to the Alps and when eventually she loses her life in the Alps. The novel in these two sections moves towards an object-oriented ontology. Rather than a traditional Western ontology in which the autonomy of things is assumed, in which we know what the essence of a thing is, what is proper to a thing and what is proper to being, in this case, in particular the case of the human being, object-oriented ontologies argue that humans are no more significant than non-humans, that things exist regardless of humans, that we can think what was before humanity and what will be after humanity. Animals, plants, rocks are attributed agency. They exist in a set of relations, they have their own histories, and indeed the novel actually demands an object history. It says in future we need to write a history of objects, not a history of human subjects. These types of ontologies are central to the critique of anthropomorphism that the queer narrator of the novel is negotiating and puts into question. This move is mirrored in the structure of the novel. We begin with the first-person narrator uncertain about her own personhood, convinced she wants to be an object, as I've already set out, convinced that the distinction between person and things is one of the key reasons why humanity has destroyed the world in which we live. As the indigenous writer Elton Krennick notes, what is called humanity is in fact a dominant minority that has converted this species into a destructive force. How can we call ourselves humanity when over 70% of us are completely alienated from even the minimal exercise of what it is to be? We are called savages by this civilizing abstraction, what I call political fictions. It suppresses diversity, denies the plurality of forms of life, existence, and habits. Krennic asks if existing political practices and institutions can incorporate non-human animal political voices, but also those of voices without a voice, the river, the mountain, in a manner that would recognize what is necessary for all of us to live. In the novel, the endless, almost narcissistic reflection in an attempt to answer the question, what am I, who am I, what gender do I identify with, what it is to be a self, is suddenly interrupted when that third-person voice intervenes, when the character returns to objecthood. Let me briefly quote 3 short passages, and then I'll draw things to an end. I have a section on hyperobjects, which I won't speak about. She writes, as a child, I loved to fantasize about being a cucumber. It was around the age of 11 that I became obsessed with objects. Objects I observed did not say cruel things to others, like humans. At the time, a war was going on in the former Yugoslavia. Week in, week out, journalists reported murder, rape. During one such report, my mother announced all people are human, are evil, as she cleaved a carrot. If people are evil, I don't want to be a person. In fact, I want to be the opposite of a person. Despite this, the novel maintains this first-person voice. But as Ida's life comes to a close, the third-person impersonal abstract narration, but in this case, our grammatical categories fail, because this is no longer a third-person narrator. In any sense of the word, the airborne branch strikes Ida's head. She dies at the point at which, literally, her partner, Robin, has just told her that the relationship is over. So she's faced away from this flood. She can hear the noise of this flood coming. She doesn't know what's happening. Her partner says, your life, our lives are at an end, not your life. And she goes through an immediate crisis. She's trying, as we all would in this situation, what's happening? How did this happen? She's asking a set of questions, but Robin can no longer hear her. And as the flood approaches, Ida runs up the hill, and as she's running away, she sees her partner die, and she then narrates right to the point at which she is struck on the head and herself dies. Let me conclude. The novel thematizes climate change as love. Both test the bounds of the proper self. They challenge any notion of the self as propriety. They put into question the need or the requirement to identify. They disturb the porous bounds of identity, yet the two narratives are in conflict. Global warming threatens human existence, and thus the very possibility of any identity, or indeed of agenda politics as a recuperative mode of being in relation, if it is incapable of coming to terms with this broader implication in a longer history of colonial and climate destruction. The genderqueer narrator Ida is caught between the impulse to no longer be a person or to become an other human beyond personhood, somehow in tune with objecthood. But the novel here fails. There is no narrative achievement. The failure is precisely the point. Humans were once in control of the narrative. The hero, the heroine, now find themselves at odds with a world of relations, of objects over which they have lost control. The object takes revenge. Just at the point at which she dies, Ida writes, finally, everything about me will be new. I think I will slip right back into time, as though it were a second skin, and right into death too, as though it were a second home. Birth after birth, death. What is the world without us? If this seems an overly pessimistic ending, I think the novel begins to prefigure the possibility of a politics that can come to terms with the fact that we may no longer be. Thank you, and I apologize for going slightly over time.
Thank you, Mark. Now I'm going to just say a few words, even though you know Mirella, but I'll do what the moderator has to do. So Mirella, as you all know, is a postdoctoral researcher in our project. And I will announce the book now. She wrote her PhD on the role of the avant-garde in feminist theory. And the book will be published, I believe, next year with the title Gender, Avant-garde and Politics of Writing. In Croatian, Rod, Avantgarda I politika pisanja. So we are all looking forward to reading the book. And now, Mirella, please take the opportunity to give us the conclusion of our two-day workshop.
Thank all of you who participated in the workshop and especially to you who stayed until the end. It's been a long day. But I would like to start actually with the word love, because in our keynote this morning we saw how the focus on the love plot changes the perspective of reading what is considered to be maybe one of the most representative political novels in Yugoslav Croatian literatures. Yesterday, Ivana Dražić in Buksa mentioned love as a source of inspiration for her work in the literary field. And during the dinner, Błażej and I were talking about being in love with the literary text and being in love with theory. So my presentation will go in this other direction and turn us back to theoretical and methodological frameworks of an assignment, which would be the reading of the political novel through the lens of gender. So I will turn here to feminist narratology and primarily its work on literature, since this is a broader field of research, which also focuses on folklore research, analysis of discourses, and other kinds of focuses. I was listening very carefully to your presentations, and all papers presented here in these 2 days in some way used narratological categories in reading of the selected novels. And although today, and especially in this context, the relation between feminist and queer criticism on the one side and narratology on the other may seem natural or even given, turning back to the genesis and discussion of this critical stream, in my view, could bring forward some of the issues raised by the question how to read political novels through the lens of gender. My contribution will therefore try to trace some of the focal points, by which I mean broader collections and general reflections on the field in the development of feminist narratology and its own self-reflection in the context of feminist and queer criticism on the one hand and literary studies on the other. Situated between two schools of thought that have developed synchronously but rather independently of each other, resisting narratologists who distrust politically invested approaches to literature and feminist critics who distrust so-called universalist and ahistorical narratological apparatus, feminist narratology as a specific interdisciplinary reading lens is particularly interesting when it comes to the question of the politics of literature and the political novel as a genre. In this sense, turning to the disciplinary legacy of feminist narratology as a reading lens for political novels also requires including at least two groups of works in this discussion. One is the large feminist critical production on the genre of the novel in general, and the second is a less extensive corpus of studies on the political novel. So from the perspective of a reader interested both in feminist criticism and narratology, we might pose the following questions to these bodies of work. How does early and contemporary feminist literary scholarship articulate the question of the politics of literature? In what sense and to what extent does it use narratological, theoretical, and methodological framework to approach this question? And with regard to the corpus of studies on the political novel, we can also ask, is narratology a relevant lens of their reading, and how do they deal, if at all, with the gendered layers of the selected political novels? Before we turn to these questions, I would like to give a brief introduction to feminist narratology, a discipline that first emerged in the late 1980s from the confluence of 2 decades, if we take the 70s and 80s, but we can also count in the second half of the 1960s, flourishing feminist criticism and the narratological schools of thought in literary studies. I will do this by looking at the most influential contributions published in the 4 decades of its nominal disciplinary development, but of course, feminist narratological current exists even before what is generally seen as the breaking point. A text published in 1986 by Susan Lancer, Toward Feminist Narratology, is often considered the inaugural text of this subdiscipline. At the time Lancer writes this text, she can rightly state that structuralism is overlooked in debates within feminist criticism, as well between feminist criticism and other literary schools. If we speak of the 1970s as the formative decade of feminist criticism, we can note that French theorists were already embracing post-structuralist thought, while American critics generally resisted a text-oriented approach to literature and developed in a fairly open opposition to new criticism. In the second half of the 1980s, Lancer therefore noted that narratology has had little impact on feminist scholarship, and feminist insights about narrative have been similarly overlooked by narratology. This is particularly symptomatic, as some of the most influential narratological studies were based on literary sources that also attract a great deal of feminist interest, such as Proust for Jeanette and Balzac for Barthes, and with a beautiful exception of Henry James and Shoshana Feldman. Since Lancer is more concerned with the feminist side of this omission, she emphasizes that no contemporary theory, whether Anglo-American or continental, has exerted so little influence on feminist criticism or been so summarily dismissed as formalist structuralist narratology. Apart from the assertion of mutual compatibility and exchange between narratology and feminist criticism, in this essay Lancer also discusses the rather traditional placement of these literary currents on the coordinate of politically engaged reading. This traditional view placed narratology close to the scientific, descriptive, and non-ideological pole, while feminist criticism was often declared to be impressionistic, evaluative, and political. Yet even after deconstructing this binary, feminist criticism still insists on the role of gender in the construction of narrative theory and on the historical and social circumstances of the development of the literary field. While narratology questions the premise that narrative texts, and particularly texts in the novelistic tradition, are profoundly, if never simply, referential and influential in their representations of gender relations. However, Lancer insists on the incompensability of this particular connection. There are certain feminist questions to which only narratology can provide an answer, while feminist interventions enrich the narratological understanding of literary texts in general. For example, the distinction between heterodiegetic and homodiegetic narratives Lancer here discusses, along with the gendered division of public and private spheres and corresponding literary genres, novels versus letters, diaries, and memoirs, is again highly relevant given the current prominence of autobiography or even autofiction in feminist and queer literary production and criticism. However, this is not my primary topic here, so I will not go further in that direction. And I opened some questions on this genre and the ways of its reading earlier in the discussion. Although Lancer initiated a shift in the dynamics of feminist criticism in the mid-1980s, today's perspective, no one would question the usefulness of narratology for any kind of critical reading. And this was evidenced by many contributions at this workshop also. While one stream of feminist criticism tried to show that there is a masculine thread behind the supposed universality of narratology and tried to come up with alternative models, the other appropriated the existing narratological categories for the purpose of developing feminist reading. My aim here, but that will be the aim of the wider written text, is not to provide an overview of these contributions, but for the beginning, just to open up the question of the relation between feminist narratology and the decades-long tradition of feminist engagement with the novel on the one hand, and dealing with the concepts of politics of literature and the genre of political novel on the other. Importantly, at the moment when narratology itself was embedded in a rather pessimistic self-reflection, Lancer and subsequent feminist scholars breathed new life into its theories and methods. 10 years after Lancer's text, the collection Ambiguous Discourse, Feminist Narratology and British Women Writers, which is a corpus that was already worked through in classic feminist studies on the novel, brings together reflections, readings, and approaches inspired by this feminist narratological turn. While Kathy Metsei still speaks of the edgy alliance of feminism and narratology in the introduction to this issue, Lancer's contribution, now entitled Queering Narratology, warns us that the categories of sex, gender, and sexuality remained on the margins of narratological inquiry. The prevailing question of the decoding of gender codes in the text by the reader in order to maybe stabilize its meaning and the specific literary resistances to such a reading assignment continue to require appropriate attention. In that sense, when we speak of women's literature, but also of literature written by queer authors, the question of the author's function also arises, especially in the case of the sexually unmarked narrator and the ways that images of that narrator become gendered in different readings. Lancer goes on to ask, what about the case of autodiegetic narrators whom college-trained readers of literature at least have learned not to equate with their authors? Implicitly answering those who see the relation between feminist criticism and narratology as an edgy alliance because of the conflation of the so-called political and the so-called apolitical, Lancer emphasizes that narratological attention to sex, gender, and sexuality also makes a strong case for a contextual poetics, for the impossibility of reading any narrative without considering the cultural conventions in which the narrative operates. A next large collection with the ambition of mapping the disciplinary field, Narrative Theory Unbound, Feminist and Queer Interventions, will be published 2 decades later in 2015. In the introduction to this study, editors Robin Warhol and Susan Lancer again are still dedicated to politicizing narratology with feminism as itself a form of academic activism in that it continually overturns assumptions which have served to keep gender inequalities and heteronormative epistemologies in place, but also by understanding the centrality of narrative in shaping heteronormativity, and most importantly, by asking whether and how narrative might be turned to queer ends. However, a certain reversal of emphasis can be noted here. While in the 1980s and 1990s, Lancer was urging narrative studies to be more queer and more feminist, she is now urging feminist and queer studies and even narrative studies to be more narratological. As feminist narratology has inspired the revision of reading lists on both sides, the genre of the political novel is an opportunity to spread the view even further, as it explicitly calls for a rethinking of the relationships between art and politics, and also their amalgams, the politics of art and the artifice of politics, as well as the theories and methods of their understanding. Lancer argues that feminist and queer narratologists have worked with canons that are too narrow. She therefore calls for the expansion of their historical and geographic maps. Both editors, Warhol and Lancer, suggest the compatibility of feminist and queer narratology with the task to conceive of a history of gendered and sex narrative forms using Franco Moretti's methods of analyzing and representing the literary field through distant reading, as well as maps, graphs, and trees. On the one hand, Moretti could bring to feminist and queer criticism and its narratological side an expansion of the reading list from a rather small corpus of novels. What Lancer has in common with Moretti's sociological formalism is that she does not abandon the importance of literary form and attempts to effectively bridge the opposition between cultural and formal approaches to the literary text. This perspective, of course, brings us back to another edgy alliance in which I'm, of course, very interested, but also will not go into that here. That is the alliance of queer and literary modernism. In Lancer's words, questions of representation, and especially of queer representation, are as much questions of form as of content, despite the general dominance of the second in the mainstream critical production. This bridging of the gap is crucial because, according to Lancer, the mimeticist tendencies of those critical practices overlook the transgressions, subversions, and contingencies embedded in the form. And while turning back to two corpuses of work that need to be included in this discussion, but just by noting it and maybe a little more detailed in the discussion, the classical feminist studies on the novel on the one side and the general studies on the political novel on the other. In my view, but also as some kind of disciplinary resonance, feminist narratology could keep the reading of the political novel close to the conceptualization of politics of literature, which is wider than the generic distinction of the political novel, as a specific shield from thematic criticism, as well as we saw, especially this morning, as a lens through which we can discover overseen elements of well-known narrations and plots, but also as an intervention in the mechanisms which place particular authors and topics, and by that I mean primarily women and queer authors into the dynamics of the literary field. I will stop here and leave further topics for the discussions. Thank you.
So the last session, the last discussion, the floor is open for questions. Okay, I have here some, but I'll leave them. These are just in case.
So I have I don't know if it's so it's for post-human, so the objective English, yes, okay. Sorry, first of all, I didn't read the novel, but I would have, so I can't, I only know what you told me and what my brother-in-law told me through the phone, shaming me that I didn't read the Dutch, whatever. Never mind. When you talked about, so in regards of this climate change, a climate crisis, and the fact that you said that she had an urge, I didn't understand if it's becoming an object, yearning to be an object, or feeling like an object. Because with this fluid gender identity, and she didn't want to say what you were saying, what was, for me, it was just kind of a parallel maybe, the book that it's trying to fight, not to trying to fight to become an essay, as opposed to the example that you took, and is trying to fight to be a novel, the one from Paul B. Preciado, so Dysphoria Mundi. So it's maybe it's kind of, okay, it's simplification, but I think because it's linked also to the climate change, it's also linked to the pandemic, etc. But I think it's kind of on the other end of the spectrum, the same kind of maybe questions. I don't know, I'm simplifying maybe, but I think it could be linked in a sense. So what's your thought about on it? Thank you.
To my shame, I hadn't made the link with Preciado, but the wonderful lecture that Preciado gives at when he was invited to the Psychoanalytic Association, in which he basically says, you keep going on about my lack, about my need to identify, well, who the fuck are you? Why are you doing that? And they essentially throw him out. It can certainly be linked back to what the novel is doing. The question you asked at the beginning about Ida wants to be an object, and she desires being an object until she realizes that precisely the desire means she's not an object. So she's dealing with this impossibility, and it's literally an impossibility for her. And I think she describes herself in those terms as her. It's literally an impossibility to live in a context in which she is living in front of the disaster that she knows will take place. So yes, that it is a desire not to be and yet to be at the same time. And it's between those two things, to be and not to be. I wasn't even thinking of that. Thank you. Takes us back to Shakespeare.
Or maybe to Heidegger.
Well, they just Heidegger, but yes, not Heidegger.
My question is also for Mark, and thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering or basically like two questions. One is more perhaps something that relates to the history of literature. I was just wondering, from the perspective of this whole new theory of post-humanism, I mean, these discourses about people changing genders and becoming objects, etc., they're kind of very old discourses, right? From the Metamorphoses, from the Bible, etc. So I was just wondering how and to what extent it is post-humanist and how it differs from, say, mythological discourses or anti-humanism. And with perspective of anti-humanism, I think this question of extinction, right? This fear or anxiety over the extinction of human beings is present also in a lot of older discourses, right? If you read Bible, like there is a constant fear that we will go extinct. And I was just wondering, aren't we also at the point that we are now using this fear of climate change in a way that also kind of reduces this climate change to a sort of theatrics, that we are constantly fearing now we will be done with and all our ethical questions will be irrelevant. But I mean, we also don't know that for sure. I mean, there is a kind of presumed certainty that the climate change will kill us, but perhaps it won't. I mean, maybe we will kill ourselves with atomic bombs or whatever. Maybe we will survive in some other form, in a quite post-humanist form, right? So I was just wondering from these two perspectives, like the older discourses on metamorphosis and transfigurations and object-oriented transformations, and this kind of like almost fetishization of climate change as a trigger for human extinction.
In terms of the older discourses, of course, but I think what is specific here is the refusal to be a person or a human. In other words, it's literally a refusal to be. So the question of how should I be is for the character in this novel, at least, is the wrong question to ask. So I'm not quite sure that gets round what you're asking. I don't think the novel's trying to do anything novel, so to speak. It's not making great claims about novelty. But and I think this links to the second point you made about the possibility of extinction. In fact, there's a long discussion in one of the self-reflective essays in the novel about nuclear destruction, about the nuclear bomb. So the narrator is clearly aware of earlier discourses. There is reference to God, there's reference to the Bible, there's a whole set of other references. But I think what's distinct here is this notion of a hyperobject that the book actually refers to from Timothy Morton. And Morton characterizes hyperobjects as objects which structure how we live, but which we cannot grasp. So they do precisely what you just said. They're beyond our control. We don't know what the outcome will be. And in some sense, that's the fear that we precisely do not know what the consequence will be, except that in this case, we probably do. And that's what's different. With religious discourses, you don't know if God's going to arrive tomorrow. So this is a hyper-object in which the very possibility of character is in question. The character in question in this case is already somebody who refuses the question, what am I, or who am I, and performs a liberation, so to speak, from those discourses that constantly require measurements, identification, state-led discourses. But at the same time, it's asking whether or not even that is possible at the point at which the distinction between subject and object no longer holds. And then there's a third question it asks, and this links to the broader debates taking place in Black pessimist works, in contemporary climate work, in the decolonial changes, that contemporary decolonial theorists who bring together the feminist, the gender critiques, the colonial history, and climate destruction. And in bringing those together, both point to the possibilities for another future, and at the same time ask the question of, well, is there a future at this point? So I'm not sure that answers your questions, but yeah. Sorry, I went on a bit too long.
Yasmina?
If I may, I would like somehow to actually not directly follow up, but it's connected, and that kind of a dialogue. But it's from the you made me. I didn't read the novel, and I will read it definitely. But you made me think of solitude, and the question to which extent the category of gender is a social category. It doesn't have sense for one person being alone, being outside the social network and social context. One doesn't need, it doesn't function. It functions only in relation with other human beings. And what you were talking about, and what starts here, is the question of is the issue here a new ethics, and how we are creating this new ethical position, which brings me to your reading of the conclusion of the novel. Whose is that voice? Is that imply, because one of the issues with posthumanism is whether, you have these different positions. Do unanimated objects have actually life? To whom then this voice belongs? It can be read from religious, and it belongs to some kind of supreme being, or that belongs to those who stay as non-humans and still have some kind of subjectivity. So there is a kind of clue. I cannot comment anymore because I don't know the novel, but I suppose that the way to whom this voice belongs would be the key in which direction then we can read the novel, or at least I'm basing it on what you are saying. So that's kind of a question in which direction you read it and how. And then I also to ask the later question to be that.
Hopefully I can be much quicker. I think that's exactly the question, and I'm not sure what the answer is, but I don't think the novel is either, because that would give you the narrative resolution that the novel itself puts into question. And I said it was almost the last sentence. It in fact follows with another essay, another academic essay about the question of lack, in fact, and the sort of psychosocial Freudian account of subjecthood. So the novel actually finishes with a critique of the gap in language, between language and things, and the gap between lovers, between the two, and suggests that these are not a lack, but rather a gap. And it puts aside the whole ontological question: how am I, what am I, how am I distinct? Because Derrida makes this point in the wonderful book, his wonderful text on animals. He says the whole Lacanian tradition presupposes a fundamental lack. That fundamental lack distinguishes the human from the animal that can't experience the lack, and it is then the basis that allows for the objectification of that gap, of that impossibility. What the novel does is to refuse that lack, and thus refuse
in a way. Yeah, thank you.
You have a second question.
Yeah, I'm going to turn around. Well, thank you very much, Mirella. That's a wonderful closing presentation. I just want to make a jump to the beginning in a sense, because I just want to I don't know if you had it, but there is a wonderful essay by Susan Friedman about the way how transnational turn is transforming narratology. So there is a link, and that's what I wanted to put here. And the question goes with, if you have been reflecting about the way how Wikipedia reads focalization as actually engendered category. So about possibility that as a starting point for engendering various narratological categories and then bringing them back into the discussion. So that's the question. Thanks.
Yes, here I was, for preparing this, I was thinking mostly about this gender, how to say it, unmarked narrator, and the ways that images of the gendering of the narrator are made in the reading process. That is like put here as maybe a central question, and of course the problem of the instance of authorial function, but focalization is another another level which could maybe be more easily approached in the concrete readings of the novels. The corpus in which I'm maybe mostly interested because of I don't know how to explain it because of many things, but that is women's literature after 1990s in post-Yugoslav context. And this also, I'm not sure how to say it, but taking over the political in women's literature with that fracture in the 1990s and repatriarchalization of the society, also with the maybe raising of the religious aspects of the values and so on. So in that sense, that would be really interesting also to include the focalization into the analysis. And also what interests me the most is mixing of genres in that literatures and this relation between fiction and faction, which really tackles on what Marx said about this relation of politics and literature, and politics as a kind of fiction that is being unmasked in what we are traditionally calling fiction, and that is literature. So I think that this inclusion of letters, diaries, testimonies, and that kind of mixture in this women's post-Yugoslav literature is also something very interesting from narratological perspective, and that resists this kind of thematic biographical reading that we are always that we always come across in a critical production. And also that is when we think of this problem of placing certain authors in certain little boxes in the genre system, I think it's not all due to the market, but also to those who make the literary market. And these are the publishers, the critics, the historians. So I think that the way we write about literature also takes part in this dynamics of the literary field, and how minority authors and topics come into view. And narratology is here, especially in connection with this Moretti's methodology and the task of cartography, very useful tool to rethink any corpus. But for me, that is women's post-Yugoslav literature primarily. I hope I wasn't too long.
Professor Ivić.
Question for Mark. I didn't read the novel. It seems very interesting, so I'm interested in your opinion. I'll phrase it, I'll put it as a question. What was it like to be an object? I'm referring to the famous essay of Thomas Nagel. What was it like to be a bat? From the standpoint of a novel.
It's precisely the failure of the novel. It has to end in death, in this case. But what's interesting is death is not the end, because the body is remade in a set of other relations that go beyond subjecthood. So the issue I think the novel poses is how can we rescue that simple fact of death, that being towards death, but not in Heidegger's sense, as asking the question about an authentic life, but rather asking what would it be for us to come to terms with the materiality that is constitutive of the species in such a way that the distinction between, first of all, life and death begins to be put into question, that goes beyond Derrida, in fact, in this case, but also the distinction between the human and its others, that those others are in fact constituted by the human. The human is a set in itself, and then the other set, animals, bizarre, which comprises infinite varieties of species all in one place, as Derrida notes, but also the molecular structures of the world that are what we are. So there is a question about rethinking the very place and nature of what it is to be human, whilst at the same time recognizing that this one cannot be. And I hate Nagel's essay, by the way. I think it's an appalling piece of work. Yeah. But nonetheless, obviously there is this. The question is, the whole novel is about the object and about objecthood and about a longer critique of objectification, to say perhaps we got the critique wrong. The issue is not to become subject. The issue is to become object and to rethink what object means in this case. And that takes us back to someone like Lukács, and in which at the close of History and Class Consciousness, the distinction between subject and object disappears. The question then is, what would that object be? But the novel can't tell us that.
Thank you. Paulina?
Thank you. It's just a little comment for Mark. I just want to bring in the personal context of the writer a little bit into this discussion. I don't know if you know, but soon after she published the book in Dutch, she was diagnosed with bone cancer.
She published a wonderful text.
Yeah, the collection of poems, which I only know one poem from there. But what's interesting is that, of course, the English translation came out after she was diagnosed with bone cancer. So now in many interviews, she's asked about, her view of death. And obviously her, she's asked to face her own mortality, and she's making this wonderful connections between the death of a person and the death of the planet. And I think that's an interesting context to kind of look at.
I absolutely agree, but I tried to avoid, partly because of long years of training, the return of the author as a way of engaging with the text. But the novel is, in fact, to go back to something that was talked about earlier, is a form of autofiction, because the novel itself is also about the distinction between character and author is quite hard to draw in the novel. But the tragedy of what's taken place later casts the novel in. Just one other thing, the novel was published in 2017. There was almost no novels specifically about climate at this point. And in one of the interviews, she notes that. She says, I couldn't believe that we were engaged in these forms of politics without writing in the novel about what may well bring narrative to an end.
Okay, any more questions? I have just one for Mirella, and just to conclude, as an advocate of the turn to formalism, I endorse to have this kind of presentation in our gender workshop, and Mirella already pointed out that it has been visible in most of the presentations that we heard that dealt with the text, and that paid attention to the ways literary text do politics, and what devices they put into, I don't know how to say, but engage politically. So I would just like to hear more this last Lancer's call for let the feminist and gender theory be more narratological. What is the response? Is there any response? Are there any consequences? Or because I'm not an expert in gender theory or feminist literary criticism, but what irritates me mostly is when I expect from a literary criticism to do that work, the formalist criticism and paying attention to the way the text is written, but then I get representation of that, problem of that, thematic criticism, like if the 60s didn't happen in the methodological sense. So yeah, I really, I don't know how to put it in other words. So I would like to hear, is there any response or what happens after that? Is there today feminist narratology? Can we speak about that, or is it a minor position within feminist criticism? This is something that that would be interesting to hear.
Well, to answer this question precisely, what happened in the last 9 years since this last big call, it would be necessary to maybe turn to the most influential studies to focus on the novel and see how they use the narratological categories and the whole theory and methodology, but I didn't do that work yet, but I will. And I think that is possible maybe for some kind of selected corpus of novels and not the whole contemporary literary field. But I think that this minor position comes from maybe a part of this disciplinary heritage because narratology and feminism developed in a parallel ways, one besides the other, in the same way that in the moment when theory proclaims the death of the author and the analysis of the authorial function, it was important for feminist critics to acclaim the author and the women's traditions, because literary history was written in a way that neglected. So it is, I think that these kinds of questions don't have some type of universal answer, but they need to be considered in the logic of the discipline. So this marginal position is not something that would be an accident, but a kind of legacy to work on. But I think, and we saw it in this workshop, that it is a kind of a given now. I don't think that we are in the same position as in the middle of the 1980s. But also on the other side, sometimes, at least when reading, especially literary criticism and some of the more general overviews of the field, sometimes I feel this lack of the awareness of theoretical and methodological framework. I think that is maybe the most necessary thing to do, because if we are to, I don't know, research about a certain representation of something in something, that I mean that it would be necessary to admit what conception of literary text we are thinking of when even using the term representation. I think that terms have legacy and they need to be used with awareness. What does that mean? But of course, my sources are avant-garde and modernism. So for me, that representation is not something that is simple. It is a problem, not a concept that is given. So I don't know, did I answer the question? But I tried to sum it up a bit.
Just wanted to hear a comment on the present situation. And just the last question for Mark. I wanted to ask you, since you have demonstrated in your presentation how politics of the improper or politics of dispossession of the self becomes visible in a narrative where in the end we have the turn to the third person, the end of the novel. So the question, from where does this comment come? What is the instance that finishes the story? So maybe the novel, what I wanted to hear, did the question of the title of the novel, the opposite of the human or the person, get any critical attention? Has it been problematized? Because from your interpretation, it seems to me that it can be summed up as the opposite of what? Not who. The opposite of what? What is this radical alterity that finishes? So it can be the classical narrator, you know, the zero focalization in the end. Yeah. So this can be really, I think, a powerful maybe approach to the omniscient narrator, the one that the classical 19th century narrator that returns to finish the story. Is that the failure of the novel? Or the success, or we cannot do without. So because someone has to finish it and someone has someone. It is in this context even difficult to say someone. Some textual instance has to take the responsibility for finishing the novel. So the opposite of what? So this is my question. I don't know if I have managed to explain.
If I just may add briefly, I wanted to ask that, but then I just gave up on that. It seems to me, and I think that's just paraphrasing what Zorica told now, that in narration, not in novel, in narration generally, we can we can question any type of subjectivity and get rid of any subject, but of subject of narration. And this is the final limit of desubjectification in narration, which seems quite banal, but it is the limit that is unsurpassable, it seems to me.
So we are coming back to the discussion between Mark, Ante, and Zvonimir.
So what radical Catholicism? So I just want to be a little bit careful. So the first you phrased first of all that what the novel does is a dispossession of the self, and I have a real problem with the notion of dispossession, because it implies that there is an original property that was the property of the self that has now been taken away, and the politics that we are then that's called into being is one of the reclamation of that which we possess. Okay. So I'm more interested in when I think about possession, I think of the set of overdetermined relations to eco-theoretical anti-humanism of Althusser, the overdetermined set of relations within which the very possibility of the notion of being a property to the self becomes possible. So from that perspective, there is no return at the end to something that is proper to the self. And actually, I also disagree with the slight reformulation that you made, because I don't think that the only thing you can't get rid of in the novel is the subject of narration, because I think it's the reader that completes the novel. I think the narrative is remade. I think this notion of the novel as in some sense structured by the narrative form is a limitation of some works around narrative, not all. And in this respect, I would want to revive reader response accounts as opposed to accounts that ask about the form or the structure of the novel as if this is pre-given in advance. which is, I know neither of you would suggest that. The omniscient narrator, that this is why I mentioned this question of the who completes the novel. I think the reader, in some sense, completes the novel and is remade. But I also think the return to the 19th century novel is almost on purpose here. So it's not a failure of the novel. It's the failure of the perception that the third person narrator has to be the omniscient subject that knows everything. This third person perspective is in fact the object that speaks. And this calls into being that set of contemporary ontologies that try to rethink ontology and rethink the distribution of speaking subjects beyond and after Rancière, who basically says animals can't speak and therefore cannot be subjects. I think the novel is, if I was being generous, a critique of Rancière.
Okay, are there any other questions, comments? Okay, we will use the usual, when there is no discussion, the usual excuse. We will continue our discussion over dinner. And thank you everyone for attending and participating in our workshop. Mirella and Professor Ivić will write later on to all the presenters an email with all the details about publication and everything, with the deadline. And I know the deadline is something that no one is looking forward to, but so you will receive that email with a reasonable deadline. And thank you all for participating, and let's continue our discussions in a more, I don't know how to say, yes.